All right, hello and welcome everybody to today's 4x30 Trackalicious race here in currently Coda. Today I am joined by Eric in the booth with me, who is the leader of Trackalicious, if you want to call him a leader.
Hardly. Hi everyone. Hope everyone's doing well today. See some of you in chat, Blaine and Mr. Blue. Blaine, aren't you supposed to be in this race? Oh, there you are. Just popped in. Blaine Hall, super fast guy. Also streaming probably. Altrit for those of you who want to go check him out.
Yes, indeed. As currently we're just getting underway with our regular qualifying session here. Nothing too special about this one, but the race, Eric, if you would like to go ahead and explain the race.
Oh yeah, so this is really exciting. For those of you who don't know, Trackalicious has developed a completely new format of racing. The idea started by thinking, what can we do in sim racing that can't be done in real life? Well, that's teleporting into different tracks on the same day. So, we will be racing at Coda, Laguna, Coda, Laguna, Indy, and then Watkins. And what's actually going to happen is that your deltas from the first race are going to be carried over into the successive races. So let's say if P1 and P2 have a 10-second gap, they're not only going to be grid accordingly into the second race, but they're also going to have that 10-second gap into the second race, and so on and so forth. So it's effectively one long race at 4 different tracks.
Yes, it is going to be extremely exciting today, as currently we can jump into this qualifying session and get on board with some drivers here if I can manage to figure out how. There we are, currently. Not sure who's leading. I think car number 22 is currently leading the pack of Hubert. Taking this. We're going to probably see quite a few invalidations here, as we saw in practice. This is a very tricky track to get right, especially just mainly because of the length and the S section. And, well, I mean, there's a lot of turns as we're going through the S section right now. You can see just how challenging it is to wrestle that GT3 car through there.
Yeah, it's the Coda special. Long, lots of corners and lots of track cuts. So it'll be exciting to see how some of the fast boys that we have in here are going to handle the situation and pressure each other into doing their best in this all-new racing format.
I'm sure we're going to see a drive-through or two here by the end of the race, which will be very exciting, especially from maybe the top field.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting is even though it's 30 minutes per race, a drive-through doesn't take you out of the game, because like we said, those deltas are going to get carried out into each successive race. So I think that's probably one of the more exciting things in this, the complications, and not complications, but complexity and strategy that comes into play as you're going through 4 different tracks, 4 different skill sets, but one race.
Yeah, for sure. And as currently we don't have that timing displayed, but during the race we will have the timing displayed of the gaps between drivers. The first race won't be too relevant because, I mean, it'll be what it is. But come the second race, the gaps will stay the same in between each race. So it's going to be a very interesting format. And so far, very clean lap here from Hubert. I don't think he's managed. He is not invalidated yet. Very clean. Coming around the final corner here. Looking like he eats the sausage curb a little bit on the exit. Goes up to P1, obviously, with a 206.0. Quickly beaten. No, not beaten. That was actually Justin there. Just coming in behind him with a 206.4. Behind that we have Lund. In the Bentley, the 212, looking like they maybe had a little bit of a mistake there on their lap. Bentley is interesting. You never would expect to see a Bentley lumbering through the corners here at Coda, but here we are. See if it can manage to keep the pace of some of these more nimble cars like the McLaren, the Ferrari, and Honda, especially. The Honda, I would imagine, is going to be very good here. Judging by the silence of Eric. Eric is currently commentating and driving. So
I was waiting for a gap actually, because I was gonna mention Mr. Blue in here, in chat, who is a fellow Bentley driver. So I'm sure he's appreciating the scenery as that big boy goes through Coda.
yeah, for sure. That thing does not, no offense, but it does not belong here, but we'll see if it can manage to prove me wrong today. I hope it does.
What do you think, Blue? Blue for Bentley to 2020, was it 2026?
Oh, Andrea Borchers, how's it going?
Andy Bigots, our first Box 3 Tracklicious Sim Racing 949 endurance champion, and a commanding champion at that. Took no prisoners.
Also, just kind of a little bit of a shout out here to our current partners with 949, soon to be leaving us, unfortunately, with the leagues. And then also we have Box 3.
Yeah, sad day for them to have announced that, but you know, ultimately when it comes to sim racing, after all, it's a hobby for most of us. You know, all the communities and friends that we have, you know, none of us, it's not about the money. We all do it for the passion and love of sim racing, and you know, hard pressed to find more passion and more love for sim racing than the community at 949. Amazing group of people: Lupcakes, Beltan, Coasty, the OG admins over there, and a lot of overlapping friends: Shy Guy, Shane Reese, Niall Schleter, a whole bunch of crew that raced there and raced with us as well. Just a great group, great community. And while they are stepping back from leagues, given that running leagues is an insane amount of work and life gets in the way sometimes, they are still going to be around. They're going to be doing some special events and enduros and stuff. So we look forward to continuing to coordinate with them and share the sim racing love.
Yes, their community for sure will be missed. We have Smoke Eater here as well in chat. How's it going? Currently just watching over Bakirden. There's a lot of names unfamiliar to me right now, as this is a newer league. A lot of names that I have not seen quite just yet. We will get them as time goes on.
So that there is Mr. Vulcan Bakirden, who is a super fast boy. He is also a streamer, so he's likely to be, I'd say, probably around top 3 for, if not first. But looks like someone in here is trying to give him a good challenge. Can't read their name while I'm driving, but a qualifying lap, but starts with an S and
that's
has an
Hubert.
in there.
Yes, that's Hubert. He is doing a very good job currently, as he was the first one to set a lap, and he set the fastest lap of the first set of laps, and then managed to improve it on his second lap with a 2:05.7. This is absolutely rapid.
Yeah, that's a name I'm unfamiliar with, but very impressive to out-qualify Vulcan and some of the other people in here is definitely a feat to be proud of.
Well, he has not out-qualified them yet. There's still 5 minutes left in the session here. He's just currently has the preliminary pole position in the Honda, which, as I said before, is probably a very solid car here. It's very nimble through the corners.
I wonder if chat might know this, but does anybody know what the OP car at Coda is?
Let's see here. Lane Hall coming across the line. Managing to, actually that was not, that's him starting this lap, climbing the hill.
Blaine's another super fast driver. all through it on Twitch. I'm not sure if he's streaming or not, but worth the watch. Clone Hero Extraordinaire. If you ever thought that you were good at Guitar Hero type games, go watch Blaine and go cry in the corner a little bit, because that dude is absolutely insane.
Fair enough. I was unaware of that.
Ever played Guitar Hero, Mike?
Oh, of course.
Okay, so he plays that thing in like the super expert mode, and then while he's going through like all the fast parts of pressing all the buttons and stuff, he's reading chat. It's ridiculous.
Everyone's got their talents. He's also extremely fast in chat.
Yeah.
Ooh, big mistake there from Blaine Hall, and actually, I want to go back and see that. He just goes too wide, lights up on the sausage. Oh, and just has a bit of a collision with the wall. Now
Fortunately
Marshall.
for him, it's just qualifying.
Yeah, but that kind of puts him out. He's going to struggle to be able to get out there right now to get a lap in. And currently he's sitting down in 5th position. I'm sure he wants to be challenging for pole.
Yeah, I'm sure he does just have enough time to put one more lap in, so I'm sure he's going to get out there and definitely try to do that.
So we see cars that are getting out of the way very nicely for cars on their lap. Currently, Bekirden not quite improving on his lap, but Hubert absolutely is. And currently about a 10th up on his Delta. It looked like actually he kind of scrubbed that corner off a little bit and got caught behind that traffic, unfortunately. We got some Harknet love in chat, or love. I'm not sure if you would call that love. So Andreas, actually, this isn't the 24-hour, unfortunately. That had to get canceled. So we're not going to be having driver swaps. It will be one continuous event with everybody driving for 2 hours throughout 4 different tracks, with the Delta being tracked throughout each race.
So for those that don't know, we had been planning for 6 months to schedule this event and came up with this idea, worked on it for 6 months, and actually had enough people last week to get the race going, which was very exciting. Unfortunately, we had probably like 7 teams drop out last week, which really took the number of cars on grid to something that wouldn't be fun across 24 hours. So, you know, we adapt and we overcome. We change the race into a solo 2-hour with a similar format, so that we could give all of our systems a final check before going through the 24-hour and have some fun. Obviously, give the people who really wanted to race and were still here and committed and able to do so another run at it. So that's what everyone here is doing. We're all here to kind of make up for not being able to do the 24-hour. But that will definitely be executed again at some point in time.
Yeah,
Hadberg coming in with the provisional pole. Wow.
Ooh, 205.75, just beating out Hubert there, who's currently on track and improving. Looking like he's going to steal that pole back from him. He still has he's 1 sector left to go as he's coming into the back sector. We can jump on board with him just to see how he manages to fare, braking very late, barreling into that corner. Doesn't take a lot of the curb there, as you can take quite a bit of it, I think, but opting not to try to keep that momentum going. A little bit cars getting out of the way for him. Hopefully that car in front not giving him too much dirty air getting in his way. don't think it is, as he's still improving. 2/10 up, going 3/10 up after that turn. Absolutely flying currently. Feathering the throttle through that massive hairpin.
What a fight for pole position. This is incredible.
The run down to the final corner. Getting ready to come across the line here. He is going to take pole position with a 2:05.45.
Wow.
Absolutely smashing Padberg's time there of a 2:05.7. No one else really even having a response, where we have Bacardin kind of just holding back in third there with a 2:05.9. The next challenger is Tarek with a 2:06.4.
So interesting to note. So Vulcan Beckerdan over here. I now realize why his pace is a little bit off, because I would have expected him to be a little bit closer to pole, and that's because he is chatting in the Nissan, where he's a Porsche main driver, and I'm sure he would be, would definitely have chopped into that deficit a little bit more, because of his Porsche main status. But just in here to have some fun and doing a great time while having that fun. And Mike, just reading chat, you know what's amazing? We just heard about this in the last week. We've been planning for this event for 6 months, like I said, and we planned it in such a way that we said, all right, the new tracks are coming out. A month or two later, we'll do this event, and the tracks are going to be relatively fresh and exciting, and everyone's going to want to race in them. And it has been literally the exact opposite. We just found out that nobody wants to race the American tracks. So we live and we learn. Yeah, we'll I promise that they're not going to be so American track focused next time. So hopefully we'll get a full grid.
Allroot being a little hard on himself.
Where did he end up? Where did Blaine end up? 5th? Ah, you suck, Blaine. How dare you end up in 5th?
In the Aston Martin. A very easy car to drive to. Should have easily been able to put that on pole, I think. But the Honda's dominating the top of the field there.
But you know what? Credit to Blaine. Blaine's extremely competitive, so I kind of understand that he would like to be a little bit higher. But hey, Blaine, at least you don't have anywhere to. It's not just a lose position. You can gain positions here. So, like, why don't you walk us through some of the liveries that we have on track?
Absolutely. As currently I was just kind of doing a little bit of a zoom through, but we can start out with pole here of Hubert, who I unfortunately cannot pronounce that last name, and I'm not going to try. I do apologize.
I want to say it's Zemansky.
All right. Followed up by Padberg, then Bacardin. Behind him, we have the lovely Porsche livery here of Tarek. Then Blaine Hall, the terrible driver in P5 in the Aston Martin that easily should have had pole. I'm obviously kidding. Zeej, unfortunately didn't have his livery downloaded in time in the P6 position. Wells in P7. Lund in P8 in the big boy Bentley. Absolutely a unit here. Followed by the Porsche, the number 10 Porsche of, here we can start to go to it's running out of time here. I can't get a great drive, or a great angle, but anyways, we got London P8, KB P9, Skinner P10, Schletter P11, Coffin in P12, Mike Burkhoff P13, Kostovich in P14. Very out of the ordinary for Kostovich there, qualifying quite low. Then we have Lewis in P15. P17, we have Tyler. Then we have Tony Danzig in P17, followed by Vericosa. P19 is Sapien. Then Meek Heska, then Demarchius Harknet in P22, who was getting a little bit of hate and love both in the chat earlier for trying to get, basically he had he was being blackmailed more or less. Tolliver P23, Chronitis P24, Eric in the pits. What are you doing,
don't
Eric?
forget to press drive, people.
Oh no.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm doing it for the show. Something for you guys to watch.
Yeah, Milwy P26 and Reese P27. Eric will be starting in the pits, unfortunately. So we have 27 drivers on grid currently, well, 26 on the grid, 1 in the pits.
And hello to first-time chatters, Beast Bob and Dancer. How are you guys doing today?
Dancer
in for the
some Turek.
Yeah, it looks like some ORL support here. Our friends over at Odyssey Racing League. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the chat. Managed to get your boys in the race. Very excited. So looking forward to how this one's going to play out.
A lot of these drivers probably very excited. Actually, it's quite a long outlap on this track. I would imagine they're going to have plenty of time to get the heat into their tires, get everything all ready. As I would definitely want to keep the eye on the Bentley here at Blaine Hall, which this car very out of place in my opinion for this track, but hey, if it works, it works. And that's actually the Aston there that I'm on. Oh, that's the Aston of Blaine Hall, excuse me. The Bentley of Lund, my bad.
Lou, I thought you were going to be more vocal and standing up and protecting the honor of your beloved Bentley. Maybe he's gone lurk mode in chat. And while that's happened, I have Tolliver join me in the pit here, trying to make a race exciting for me and not leave me by my lonesome.
Not sure what happened there, but it happens. So we see a lot of these drivers very exuberantly getting heat into their tires there.
And us by our lonesome.
So drivers now coming into the, would you call that a hairpin? It's a very large hairpin.
Sure. Yeah, why not? We could call it a hairpin.
The C, I just don't know what to, unfortunately, I don't know the corner names of Coda. But now the cars lining up, or getting ready here to line up as they come around the penultimate corner. 2x2 Noah's Ark formation here. As we get ready to dive into this 30-minute race of a 4-part session where we will be on 4 different tracks. The Delta continuing over each race due to some awesome work from behind the scenes. As the car is now coming onto the start-finish straight, getting ready to go barreling up the hill into turn 1. Can brake extremely late. And we're green here at Coda. Drivers, not the best start for, I think that was Padberg, getting kind of swamped. Actually, he's diving very deep into the outside, looking like he is going to manage to hold that position. A lot of other drivers, though, wrestling for position. The Porsche, the 88 Porsche, battling with the Aston there. Hall managing to take P4 in the beginning. Great start from Blaine so far. We see yellow flag down the field of Kostovich. Not sure what happened there. Other drivers as well getting involved, unfortunately. See some very nice battling here from Hubert and Padberg, as Padberg working his way up into the P1. Great job so far.
Fortunately, it looks like we have had an incident somewhere down the road. Might have been a loss on their own accord or a contact.
Ooh, sorry to interrupt, but we have a bit of contact in the first place. I think that was Hubert and Hall making a little bit of and Padberg making a little bit of contact. But Bacardin coming out on top there, and Hall as well managing to get an overtaking. There's a massive contact, and he still manages to. Oh, wow, I'm not sure. That was looking like the car, the Aston there, I think, of Skinner. I think that was. No? That was the Aston of Hall getting absolutely yeeted into the barrier. Still managing to continue in P6, but definitely sustained a good bit of damage there. I'm almost certain. And you don't like to see racing like that, unfortunately. That was maybe a little net code. Not sure what happened there, but that was unfortunate, to say the least.
Clearly, our request for leaving each other room in the driver's briefing was relatively insufficient, so we'll try to make an effort to bring these guys back in between races and let them know that 3 wide into a corner is not often going to be successful when you don't know who you're racing.
Yeah, I think that was Padberg that was too wide with him. I'm not sure. I don't know what happened in that incident. I didn't replay it, but that was unfortunate, to say the least. KB, though, coming out very well from it, now in P4. Right on the tail of Hubert, Padberg, and Bacardin, the leaders. Looking a little bit further down the field here, you can see Chronotis chasing after Lewis here. Looking like I don't think he's quite making the progress he needs to. Chronotis always with the very bright liveries and unique, to say the least. You actually see here Milwee getting by Harknet there. Harknet under pressure, actually. Hossack under pressure from Reese. P22. Looking like he is managing to pull away.
Meek Haska, aka Akash. That makes it easier.
Akash, got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tarek currently side by side with Coffin. Ooh, and Tarek managing to get that overtake done there. I think actually that might have been the defense. Coffin maybe going to pressure back at him here. So it does look like he has the pace to at least stay with him. Tarek currently leading this pack behind him. The second gap to the car in front of Skinner. Looking like he is going to manage to hold this position for now. But coming on to the start-finish straight, it will be a different story maybe, as both of these Porsches, it's all about who gets the better run. And it looks like actually Tarek gets the absolute stormer of a run there and is not going to be overtaken. Currently fastest lap, 2:07.9, actually quite fast for a 30-minute race. Zeej in P8 with the Honda. Wait, but he doesn't have... Okay, he doesn't... He is the fastest valid lap. Okay, as we are going to see a lot of invalidations, track limits. Yeah, Bacardin with a 2:06.4, but not valid. And the Aston of Hall still managing to stay in P6, but as you can see on that bumper, or that bonnet, excuse me, I don't think that bonnet is fully attached. Or maybe it's open a little bit, and as a result, it looks like Hall is struggling for pace. Managing to keep Lund and Zeej behind them. Zeej going for a dive here on Lund. He's going to have the inside going into the next corner, but he tucks out and kind of gives that up. Oh, but he tucks back out and makes the dive late on the brakes, sends it down the inside, and closes the switchback off. Easy overtake there on the Bentley. That was textbook by Zeech, making a, well, maybe not textbook, but making a couple moves, but getting it done nonetheless. A lot of drivers.
Listeners asking why Turk's getting bullied. I assume that he's in a overtake sandwich over there, which is in a way good, which means that they have some competitive racing that they can partake in. So hopefully they're not getting crashed out, but a little bit of bullying's okay on track.
You see there Tyler getting let by Haska. Haska looking like he did not want to race that, didn't quite fight that whatsoever. But looking like he wants to come back at him, actually. Are they? It looks like they're just playing a little bit of slipstream games, but I don't think they are. Maybe they are, though. They might just be working together. Eric, having a bit of an off. Let's go back and see that. Eric, why don't you tell me about that off as you currently, as we're watching you now run through the corner, you just drive straight onto the grass and lose all traction and slide onto the concrete, then the gravel. How does that one feel?
Rubber on the black stuff, people. I'm just here to show everybody how to do things the wrong way. Right?
Oh.
It's an educational video, it's an instructional video. Don't put your tires on the grass, and then you should be fine. But there was a bit of a drift earlier, so just eager on the throttle is all.
Padberg actually looking like he maybe got a bit of contact and hit off and is now dropped all the way down to 11th. I'm not sure what happened there. As a result, though, Hall moving up to 5th. Schletter moving up to 4th, and KB moving up to 3rd. KB has... Oh, good.
Go ahead.
KB has just been sitting here, essentially in the Porsche, just watching this carnage unfold.
I was going to say, Nause Schleter in the Porsche, relatively new to TRACKILICIOUS sim racing, but a long-time 949 sim racer. He's gotten pretty quick. Like, the first time I saw him, wasn't anything that stood out, but recently his lap times have been incredible.
Yeah, currently he's doing very good, lapping in a 2:08 last lap, 2:08.7, so high 2:08s. But still, keeping up, that's higher than the rest of the pack, pretty much behind him. Not quite keeping up with the pace of KB, Hubert, and Bacardin, but those guys are currently on another planet, so... See an overtake from Lund, I think, or Lund getting overtaken. Skinner getting by in the Aston. Skinner tired of waiting around behind Hall. Hall holding up this pack for too long. Looking like he's going to try to get this overtake done relatively quickly, as he does have the pace on him. Currently lapping about a half a second to lap faster.
I see we have a bunch of people in chat. How's everyone doing on this fine Saturday morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are? Thank you for joining us. We are TRACKILICIOUS Sim Racing. Mike Nause leading the stream here. Eric G annoying the crap out of him as a color commentator.
Co-commentator and driver.
I'd like to blame that as the reason why I spun out.
Yeah, okay. Cheers to Greenie, wherever you are
Greenie.
in the world.
Welcome.
Coffin trying to battle here on Padberg. Padberg must have sustained some damage here, as he is definitely doesn't have the pace as he did before. His last lap was a 2:16, but of course he had that spin. Dropping down to 10th position. And we see pit from Hall. He got a drive-through penalty.
Oh no.
I don't think that's going to be the only one. I think that that's the first of many, as we're only 10 minutes into this race, and Blaine Hall, a very high-skilled driver, has to take a drive-through penalty, very unfortunately, due to track limits.
Things are going from bad to worse for Mr. Hall, but the good thing is that he has 3 more races to make that up.
Yes, as his Delta will be carrying over from one race to the next, as we have very awesome people behind the scenes developing amazing things where we can track the times from one race to the next, as next race will be Laguna Seca, and all of them will be keeping their positions and deltas from this race. And we have a display that will show that. Currently, I guess I don't have that up currently, not really needed right now. We also see Chronotis there, trying to pressure Sapien. Ooh, having a bit of a moment. Now under pressure himself by Danzig. Coda is... These cameras are not the greatest here on Coda when it comes to the TV cams. There's too much elevation change. It is great action, though, as we see Chronotis actually getting overtaken by Danzig, making a slight error and getting massively punished as a result. Ooh, and running wide there because Varicose and the Porsche, the Pink Pig 463 Porsche. Daniel Varicose, a longtime driver.
Oh,
As
no.
it's now pouring?
Oh, no.
Wait, what?
It is raining at Coda, ladies and gentlemen.
It just went from pure sun to rain and pure chaos. All of these positions mean nothing anymore, as a lot of these drivers are probably going to be struggling for grip, as we can jump on board with Bacardin, who has a 5-second gap over KB. Let's just see how he's coping with this sudden change in track conditions, as he's going very deep into the corner there, so the grip is not quite there.
We're committing to the West strategy, Mike. That's what we're doing here in the back.
I think that, yeah, there's a lot of drivers jumping into the pits now, trying to go onto wets. It might be a little early. Those tires might heat up. Well, if they can at least keep the heat in the right window where, I mean, you can't overheat your tires, but before it rips all of that rubber off and basically turns your wets into slicks. Bacardin handling this very well, looking like actually the grip is not changing too much, as he is struggling just a touch, but he is having to deal with traffic there. Whoa! Very close blue flag incident there, but nothing happening, so all is fair. Currently, though, a lot of these drivers off their pace, I think, as we see a 2:10 from Bacardin this lap. Currently here, before he's lapping about 4 seconds slower, so the condition's not changing too much. Padberg having an off again. We can go back and see what happened there, as he's just has a bit of a wiggle. Kind of unsettles the car there, and going into braking, he just locks up. And unfortunately, just cannot quite keep it going, and comes into the pits looking like he is going to change to wets, along with a lot of other drivers. But I'm not sure. I think Bacardin has the right strategy right now of staying out, but I could be wrong.
I can tell you, being on track, my pressures are now at the 25s and 24, so I think the switch will be coming very, very soon on the dries.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. That's a driver on track. giving the, as we also see, yellow flag from Harknett. Not sure, and I think that was DeMarchi. So we see Harknett running wide. And that was just an unfortunate case of two doesn't go into one in these conditions. Just call that a... I mean, I would call Harknett at fault for that, but also I think that's both of them got punishment enough for them. I mean, that was just a racing incident. KB? Wait a second. Zeech. I don't think I can tell what tires people are on. Can I?
The only way you could do it is if you're right on their wheel. It's tough to do, but it is possible.
Okay. Alright, we're gonna try it here. We'll see who is the first of the wet run. It changes every time you change. Alright, never mind. Looks like actually Lund may be on wets.
So the yellow... Let me see if I can help you out there, Mike.
Ooh, Padberg with a stop-go 32. I think that's going to basically put his race down to an end, more or less, for this one, as he will try to make it up in the next race, and definitely can, but he's going to have to work very hard to do so.
So yellows are dry. Yellow stripe on the side is dry,
Okay.
and then black is wet.
So actually, I think Zeech, I think he's on wets. Which is very interesting, to say the least. So we can take a look. No, he is on dries. Okay. And the car behind him also on dries. And apologies if this gives you motion sickness, as it does to me. A lot of drivers now coming into the pits. Danzig, KB. Drivers not coping with these conditions right now. As last lap, Bacardin putting in a 2:18, so the conditions definitely getting worse, and significantly so, as he is the one best in these conditions currently. The wet runners, though, are lapping 2:18, so actually, currently, Bacardin has the same pace as the fastest wet runner.
Now the question is it worth the delay to go in and get those tires changed? I mean, I think Vulcan's committed to staying out in those tires, but we'll see if it makes a difference for the other people who have put in the wet tires and sacrificed, what, a good minute?
Yeah, he has an 18-second gap to Schletter, so I do not think he is going to be pitting at this point. And Schletter not gaining... Oh, Schletter, though, is also on dries. They have a... Okay, that's how we can tell. Hubert, the first one on wets, with a 48-second gap to Skinner. Yeah, Skinner currently side-by-side with a back marker. I think that is actually the 66 Porsche there. Struggling to get by, but nonetheless getting it done. As Harknett actually not quite letting him by easily. But he's not obliged to do so whatsoever. Oh, Zeech diving, looking like he was going to go off the track there. But he's going to go side by side here with Schletter. Nope, not quite, as he wants to tuck out going into the uphill. Will he brake later? He does brake later, but will he manage to keep it on track? He does. Switch back there from Schletter. Schletter managing to hold it for right now. Coming into the S section, there's going to be no overtaking here. KB with a stop-go 30. We'll stay on board here with Zeech, as we can see just how challenging these conditions are in this S section to stay behind someone. Just feathering the throttle. Can't give it any gas, basically, and still the car wanting to step out at any second. But he wants there. Looks like he's going to have a little bit of a run here. Not quite. He's just needs to bide his time patiently as he wrestles that Honda to try to get that Porsche. And while I say this, in one lap, Hubert has managed to close that 45-second gap down to a 35-second gap. He is currently making up about 10 seconds a lap, putting in a 2:20 last lap. And actually, well, okay, yeah, about 8 seconds a lap. Currently, the wets are faster. So we will see if he can manage. I don't see there being 10 laps left, so I think he probably...
You have probably like 4 laps remaining. 3 to 4 laps remaining.
Yeah, so if he needs to pick up the pace if he's going to catch that. Which I think he still will, because the track conditions are actually maybe looking better, as Bacardin putting in a 24.0 this lap, putting in 28 the lap before. But Schletter kind of giving up for right now on Zeech and not quite getting the run. We see Padberg, whose race has not gone well so far, running off the track as well, chasing down Haska. Eric running a very lonely race back in P25. A spin in front of him from Harknet, it looks like. Just a bit of a yellow.
Oh, that's good for me. Ooh!
So he does manage to keep it out of the barrier.
We're good, we're good.
Massive lunge there from Schletter, not quite going to get it done. We see yellow flag on track from Chronotis. Must have had a bit of an offing. Oh, tank slapper there from Zeech in the Honda. Side by side they go. Schletter managing to get by in the S section. A very nice opportunistic overtake there from Schletter. Zeech just having a bit of an unsettling moment, but now Zeech wanting to come back at him in a very tricky section. Taking the alternate line, taking the Bullard out while he's at it. Why not?
Oh, looks like we've got some drive-thrus coming through now. Couple of people getting that stop go 30. KB with the stop go 30. That up in 6th, that's going to be unfortunate for him.
And Zeech just trying to take that alternate line, get the run on Schletter. But Schletter doing what he can, holding that second place right now. And Hubert now 26 seconds down. The lap times getting even further away. Bacardin with a 29.9. Track conditions worsening. Schletter with a 2:33. So significantly slower than the 2:22 of Hubert.
And we have first-time chatter, Trippy Rax. Welcome to the stream. We are running our Trackalicious 2-hour relay race, which is 4 30-minute races in which the times and deltas are going to be carried forward to the successive races. So welcome. We just went from dry to wet at Coda, giving everyone something to think about.
Ooh, as we see, Zeech not quite coping with the conditions as well as Schletter. And Triple Rax making a point. Yes, this battle for P2 has been absolutely insane. As we also see down the field, the battle for P10. Looking like Lewis there ran wide, and Turek having a nice opportunity to overtake. Lewis has a good run onto him, looking like he's going to close up into this corner. See if he can stay with him for this last sector, as the last sector, this sector that he's in currently, not the easiest to overtake in. Harknet lost connection.
Oh no. That's unfortunate. Well, unfortunate, but really, what does that mean for him is that he's going to be only 2 laps down for the successive races, but is going to be able to join us for the next races. So all is not lost.
And yes, they are both on slicks. Skinner as well on slicks, sitting down in P4. And Hubert, the first car on wets in P5, currently lapping about 10 seconds a lap faster than P1 even. Well, actually, lapping 10 seconds faster than P2. And behind him, we also see a lot of position. I think that was someone boxing. I think the stop-go penalty. Yes, that was KB getting their stop-go penalty out of the way. Skinner. Also, I mean, he's currently coping almost, well, he's coping quite well with these conditions, running a 2:34, which is enough to stay ahead of Hubert for the rest of this race, as Hubert has a 16-second gap. And it's going to be 17 and a half. It's going to be very challenging. The rain did come out of absolutely nowhere, as Bacardin from absolutely nowhere having a big drift on the track. We also see Wells, and I think that's Turek getting involved. We can go back and see what happened there, as we see Turek going into the back end, unfortunately, of Wells. Just went a little too hot into the corner. And Bacardin, we saw there earlier, just having a bit of an off. He's now struggling extremely tough with these conditions and running wide again. But as he did get a little gravel on his tires, I was probably going to take a second to get off. But Bacardin even struggling. He still has a 21-second gap over Schletter, though. Plenty of time to play with. He's absolutely making these dry tires look like wet tires. But nonetheless, Hubert is still catching rapidly, at least on Skinner. It's currently Hubert with a 20... Oh, yeah, Hubert with a 20-second gap. He is definitely not going to be able to get it done, barring any massive mistakes from Skinner. So a lot of drivers boxing for wets, and a lot of drivers staying out for dries. Looking like the drivers that stayed out for dries, if you weren't in the early or the high positions, I would imagine you're going to not have the best time. As we also see side-by-side action actually from Chronotis and Tyler. Chronotis managing to get that done. I'm not sure if that was defense or overtake. Haska having a little bit of an incident. Definitely not the only one on this track. Danzig having an off in the same corner that Bacardin did last lap. That corner, very, very tricky for these drivers, it seems, the penultimate corner. These drivers still doing a great job with these conditions. And actually, Skinner, that gap has went from 20 seconds all the way down to 6 seconds in the matter of one lap. This is going to come down to a last lap shootout with this wet runner and Skinner. If Hubert catches, Skinner has no chance of defending. He is going to have absolutely no grip whatsoever. So he's just currently trying his best to conserve his tires to the best of his abilities, as they are worn and wet.
Leaders on final lap now.
And that was not the message that Skinner wanted to hear. Leader is on the final lap. He was hoping this would be the last lap, but he has one more to do it. And Hubert rapidly closing the gap on him. Zeech with a 3-second gap to the car in front of him as well, but I don't think he has quite the pace to catch Schletter. Schletter looking like he's been very dominant after getting that overtake from after Zeech made that mistake. He's been struggling for grip a little bit. But we see that gap has rapidly closed. Jump on board with Hubert as he's going to try to go down the inside of turn 1. Very late braking. Absolutely can outbrake Skinner there by miles and keep it on track. Skinner trying to go for the switchback, but yeah, he just doesn't have the grip. Car wanting to step out on him, and That was a very easy overtake there from Hubert, as now he's going to be looking down, catching Zeech. He's 7 seconds to do so. This is a very long lap. But I don't know. I said that about Skinner, but I do not think he will be able to catch Zeech. But those wets absolutely gripping to that track. That delta coming down by seconds per, I mean, every few corners. It's gone from 7 to 5 down to, I mean, it's going down to 4 now. That gap is rapidly closing. So we also see Wells closing the gap on Lewis. Another stop-go 30 from KB. So coming down the back straight, looking like Zeech has the grip in the straightaways. But come into the corners, this is where Hubert is absolutely... Yes, you can, sorry. Oh, yep, there it goes. Zeech getting out of the way for Hubert. Hubert getting back onto the podium as he was earlier.
So Dancer, the leaderboard is the same right now because it is the first race. So
No, I was showing the deltas.
Oh, the deltas. Okay.
Yeah, it is a good point. I should have been doing that before. McCartan coming across the line, winning that race very dominantly, even with a little bit of a mistake. The windshield wipers looking like he's waving. I don't know why, but anyways. Coming across now, P2 Schletter, a well-deserved P2 from Schletter.
Wow. Nile and P2, good job.
That was a hard-fought P2 with, wow, Hubert closing the gap on Schletter at the end. If they had one more lap, he could have been fighting for pole. Maybe not quite, but Carden had quite the lead. Zeech coming up behind him, making a bit of a mistake, losing out on that podium, unfortunately. Skinner now coming across, or Skinner in P5, Coffin now coming across the line in P6, Lund P7, Mike Burkov just rounding the penultimate corner now in the absolutely beautiful Ferrari car made by Jet Engelman, Kingfisher Ferrari.
Who's driving that?
Mike Burkov.
Oh, Burkov. Cool. Very, very cool.
Wells in P9, Lewis right behind him in P10 down to the very end. Hall, who has not had a good race, looking like he did get that damage repaired from earlier. Coming down to P11. He will cross the line. Turek, P12. Danzig, P13. Varicose now rounding the final corner. And the Pink Pig 463 Porsche crosses the line. P14. Padberg, whose race just has been absolutely abysmal, unfortunately. He will be hoping to make that up in the next one. Comes across the line now. We see that's, these collisions, don't worry about them. They are just, you know, a little post-race celebration, nothing to actually serious. But we do see that bumper damage from Chronotis. That was serious. Other drivers coming across the line now. Everyone finishing. Milwy P21, Eric P22, Haska P23, Kostovich I think returning to pits, unfortunately P24, KB P25, and Harknett P26 disconnecting. We will see all these drivers back here for the next race, and we will also see the grid, the timings, basically, of the race app that we have, which I might as well do now. Right? No, I don't want to do this now because they keep changing. That's right. Anyways.
I think maybe go into replay right now and let's look at some battles. We what was it? 22nd, 23rd. Meek and I had some good wheel to wheel in the last couple of laps there that would be worth watching as we reset our servers and get everything going for race number 2.
Which laps were they, you're saying?
Towards the end, last 2 laps, 2 or 3 laps.
Oh, Hoska's pressuring you.
Well, he was ahead. He made a mistake. I
Oh.
caught up, and then he was clearly faster. But yours truly is a multitasker.
Oh,
Like
so
the
you just
best.
wanted to show off your defending skills. I see how it is.
And that gorgeous livery.
It is a very
If I
nice livery, I will
may
admit.
say so myself.
And Hoska just not even quite getting close here.
Yeah, retro. That was interesting. I don't think we were not planning on having a wet race at Coda, but our wizard Professor Carnotus has given us something to think about for sure. Now, what's interesting is looking at these deltas. So we have Schlieder 24 seconds behind Backerden, Szymanski 3 seconds behind Schlieder, and then a 5, 6, 13, 5, 13, 4. So we're going to have some really great racing that's going to be coming up. And that's where we're going to want to start looking at the live timing deltas that we've developed and, yeah, see how it goes.
Oh man, okay. No more replay? No more replay. Alright.
So why don't we, not that I like to shed light on incidents here at TRACKILICIOUS, but why don't we go have a look and see what happened in that first lap. Lord Wes, welcome.
I don't have the replay, I don't think. It booted me?
Should. Do you have it saved? Auto saved by any chance?
I pressed save, but
Okay.
I don't know if you can save as a spectator. Let's take a look.
Well, you'd have to go back and go into your replay folder. So quit.
I shouldn't. Yeah, okay, we're good. I got it.
Yeah. Well, you weren't the only one. There were a couple of spinny spinners out there, a couple of drive-throughs, but we're going into Laguna Seca, so this should make the next leg of the race interesting. Retro looks like he was having some good battles out there, which is great to hear. That's what it's all about, right? Trying to get you guys all lined up wheel to wheel and having a good time while you find your pace and work on your racecraft.
Speaking of racecraft, we're now jumping back in the start here by the request here of Lord Wes. Want some Nile on board? Well, I'll give you this Nile start because he did have a very solid start, if I recall. Getting off not the greatest, actually, but coming into turn 1, just has an absolutely massive lunge and just fits right through that gap. There's a bit of contact through the midfield there, and he just slides through and gains, well, quite a few positions. It hasn't updated just yet, I don't think, but very nice start there. Niall Lewis.
Lewis, aka Beltan from 949 Sim Racing, the Godfather, Robert Lewis. You can expect him to make it up in the ranks as well. Belton's pretty quick driver, so.
Why am I not seeing Beltan?
It's Robert Lewis, 15.
Huh? Number 15?
Position 15. Oh,
That's Mike Burko?
Well, it's Twitch. Just sorry, I'm not looking at your. I'm looking at the stream, which is like 15 seconds behind. Lewis. Where was he? 13th. 13th.
Okay, we'll watch Lewis's start then. As he's
And then
behind the
hello-
Ferrari Mike Burkov. Sorry to
Hello
interrupt.
to Nemesis Whip. How are you doing today?
Lewis taking a very, very conservative approach into T1. Just keeping his nose clean. Sees that contact up ahead. Manages to navigate it. Oh, a bit more contact there. And getting overtaken on the outside. But managing just to keep it clean through the start. That's how a race start should happen, in my opinion. I mean, sure, he lost a position or two, but he did a very good job there, staying out of trouble.
And I'll be right back.
Jump on board with some more highlights here. Hall onboard start with driver cam, or with excuse me, with reverse cam. All right, we can do that. Why not? Okay, let's get. Will it let me? Aha. Oh boy, this is going to be disorienting as we can see that Bentley back there. Now getting ready to go green once again. I mean, this is the replay, of course. Very good start from Hall. Big lunge from the Porsche. Barely misses that contact, but makes contact behind there. It doesn't look like you could see too much of that incident. As we see, it's just very disorienting within the S's with that camera view. It would be extremely nice to see the Bentley win. Car of Lund, the only Bentley on the grid. Having not the greatest start or finish, to be honest. But it happens as Lund actually finishing in P9? I thought he finished in P12, but that's okay. Oh, okay. The order is very shuffled right now. That's because, yes. Okay. Unfortunately, I did not mark down any interesting laps in which there were some fun battles, but actually one interesting, I do want to watch that overtake here between, where is it? Yes, this, I do want to watch this again, as this was just a very impressive move from Skinner. Or excuse me, Schletter. Okay, the boys are in qualifying now? Okay, good to know. Whoa, but that was the bit of mistake. Just a very nice overtake, though.
Mr. Nause,
Yes,
the new server is up and running.
I am currently in.
So again,
And we have the live timing file that you need to put into the race control folder ready to go.
Cool. Send it.
It is an event announcement. You have been tagged, sir. So you basically just need to put it into the race control folder, and it will replace the destination file. And when you join the server, it should already give you the deltas for the following race.
Okay, so I need to leave the server.
Yeah.
And oh, okay, I see. So just replace the current standings in there.
Yeah.
But don't copy it.
Just replace it.
Yes, I know. It wanted to copy itself. But stop trying to copy yourself.
It doesn't matter. I think as long as you replace the destination file.
Okay. Should be good. Now we will see if it works.
It looks like we have 26 drivers on track, which is fantastic. And 3 minutes to go, so I will be right back.
Sounds good. So I'm currently just figuring out this very unique program that has been developed for this incredible event. And we are about to see if it works. Okay, let's see here. There we go. Okay. I think. Anyways, we will display it now. Alrighty, any ideas? Unfortunately, we just race Nameless Whip. When it does come out, you'd bet we will be racing on it, though. And bear with me. I think, will that do it? I don't know.
Is there an issue, Mike?
I don't know. It looks kind of weird, and the positions are not exactly displaying correctly.
Yeah, I think you'll have to wait till the race starts for that all to take place.
Okay. And it's also very gray.
Okay, I think I know what's happening there. So if you go to your Streamlabs and then take the box and put it at the lower level than the actual overlay.
The lower level than the actual... Ah,
So,
yeah. Wait, no, it was above it.
it needs to be below it.
Below the ACC main?
No, the box needs to be below the race control sections. There you go. Got it.
Did I? Okay.
Yep. Oh, it went back. There you go.
It's good?
You have it. Yeah.
Wonderful.
And then, yeah, I think this is fine for now. I mean, I think you took it all the way down. It just needs to be right below where you have race control, the 2 race control boxes, not all the way below ACC main.
Below the race control boxes. What? Is it working or is it not working?
It's fine for now. We'll leave it as is, and then we'll sort it out later.
Okay.
But we do see the times, and hopefully... Oh, you're not showing it, actually. You're not showing the race control.
Right, that's what I thought.
Yeah, so you have to turn off your in-game time deltas.
How do I do that? That was what I was trying to
I think it's U or I.
No, those just toggle it.
Anyone in chat know how to turn off the in-game time deltas? Or what you could do is you can go escape, and then on the view options, go to the left margin, and then just increase it so it gets out of the screen.
I don't want to do that.
You need to do that, otherwise we're not going to be able to see the overlay.
But that'll make the... Wait a second. Okay, I think I see what you're saying.
Options?
Oops.
HUD?
Left margin.
Yeah.
Didn't do anything?
Can you share your screen in Discord, please?
Yes. Apologize for the technical difficulties. I didn't hit apply.
Yeah.
It's still... Okay, it's the right margin.
Oh, it should be the left one.
Moved it the wrong way. It's all good. We got it.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, do that?
Yeah, that's fine.
I didn't hit apply. That was not...
That's enough. That should be good.
It's not how you're supposed to do that, but it'll do. No, it's
There you
not. Wait, what?
Just go the other. Keep going.
It's the right margin.
No, it's the left one. You're doing the right one. You're just moving it the wrong way.
Oh my goodness. Assetto Corsa.
Yeah, just leave it at the highest you can, and then press confirm. There you
Okay,
go.
ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
And now turn on your race control overlay.
It is. Oh, okay, but this... Okay.
So I'm seeing the correct deltas in race control right now.
Why am I not seeing anything?
Because you did you pull it below ACC? Like pull it all the way back up again.
No, it's all the way up.
Share your screen for me, please.
I am.
But you'll like your screen, not your game, because I can only see your game.
We gotta hurry. We do have the long outlap of... Well, not the longest outlap of Laguna Seca, but still.
Okay, so your race control, and then open up your race control folder. Okay, those are all on. Is your race control open?
Yeah?
You need to maybe reference it again. Oh, you've minimized the size of it. Yeah, there you go.
That?
God. Yeah, but you need to press shift and Undo that. Undo that. Undo it, and then press shift and drag it. Oh god.
Eric, what has happened?
I am gonna quit, and then I am gonna switch because I have the stream set up, and we shall switch this out. So I apologize everybody, but we are gonna make an on-fly adjustment here as Eric rips his steering wheel off the desk. Sorry everyone, we had this working a minute ago, but as you know, as it always goes. Alright, let's give me a second here, folks, and maybe Mike, you want to follow the race just a little bit. In the meantime,
Yes.
I will get this going.
We're still on the outlap, luckily. Oh my. We'll get my margin back. It's currently halfway through the outlap. Yes, sort. This I agree.
Do apologize everyone, we will get this going in just a second here. Almost there.
I just don't know why it's not working.
It's just sized the wrong way. That's the only problem. It is there. I can see it. But we will get that.
I just don't know, man. Alrighty, as we're getting ready here to go green at Laguna Seca, we are now underway, barring all the technical difficulties. Currently, we have Bacardin getting a smashing start there, under pressure though, from Hubert. Oh, but then we have a spin from Schletter. That is not what you want to see on the first lap. Him looking like he's fallen back all the way down to, oh, but there's a, oh no. All right, we're going to go back about 15 seconds. I'm not sure we can catch all of that. We can see spun out on track. He just has a bit of a collision, getting, honestly, that straightened him out. And then just gets understeered into and collected into a massive incident. Bacardin leading, Hubert in second. Zeech currently in third, but now no longer as he runs wide around the sweeping right-hander, or left-hander, excuse me. And you guys can't see anything because, okay. Oh, yes, you can. Okay. I don't know why that wanted to do that. Anyways, let's. So Eric, are you here?
Yep, I'm here.
So
what's
the plan?
Ready to, I'm almost ready to take over the stream,
Okay.
and we will be able to stream this thing. Give me a couple more minutes, and just follow the race, and then we'll get you the live timing up and running in just a couple of seconds here.
So we're gonna have to stop the stream twice?
No, I think I'll just take over, as in I'll stream and it should end yours and start mine.
Right, so there'll be 3. Okay, let's try to avoid this. Why does this
For
have
now,
to
just
happen
for
last
now, do your thing. Don't worry about it.
Oh my. Uh-huh. Yeah, I unfortunately cannot do anything about that. Yes, I apologize once again. We can take a look here, though. Jump back into the action, might as well. Picardin still leading. Ooh, we see a massive bout of understeer there for Zeech. He's struggling with that corner in particular. A bit of contact as well. Difficult in these night races to see anything. Nevertheless, car next to you and the track. Mike Burkov under pressure, excuse me, Mike Burkov overtaking Hall.
Oh.
So Eric, how are you looking in terms of...
Just a couple more seconds here because I am having to add our
broke anything?
Nope, just I should have taken over from you now.
Seriously?
Yep. It's starting video transmission, and I believe about to go live now. So let's see how this worked out.
Do I need to end?
1 second, please, and I'll tell you. Oh, yeah, I think you need to,
Give me 1 sec here.
no, keep it on. I need to log out and log back in because my Twitch credentials are no longer valid.
Oh my goodness. Why now?
It's okay, we'll get it figured out. We have 2 more races to do, so apologize everybody. Your stream's all jacked up.
It's not anymore.
Yep.
Alrighty. We're back. Now, I know how to fix this. We are going to do that, followed by that, and voila. Should now be working.
Yeah.
What that extra stuff is on the side, I'm not sure.
If you go to your race control and just press the top left icon to minimize that menu, then that should go away.
Top left icon.
Like the 3 lines, the menu, just click on menu.
Oh, I see. Yes, okay, I know what you're talking about. Got it. Okay. We're good. We're great. Robert, how's it going? We've had no technical difficulties thus far in the stream. Definitely not. Beach GT, yes. Yes, we now have it working. Yes, finally. That was not ideal. But we can get back into the action now.
So here's a cool thing to point out, right? So let's look at Retro Coffin and Schleter. So while these two are relatively close, they're both close in actually it's yeah, Schleter and Retro Coffin. They are both close in this race and in the overall race, as Retro Coffin's within a second of Schleter with both races combined.
Yeah, very impressive. As I was actually on Coffin there, but yeah, Schleter and very much. Oh, as we see yellow flag from the 66 car, I actually can't see the yellow flags in the custom race control. It's okay. These are just, you know, this is what happens when you do something new.
Not like we tested everything, right?
Yeah, which
But
is, you know.
that's all right. We'll get back into this. So yeah, here's the interesting part. So our in race shows Zemansky, Backerton, Ziege, Retro Coffin, Hall, Lewis. In our overall, we have Backerton with a 30-second lead on Zemansky, and then Zemansky, Ziege 16 seconds behind, Schleter 24 behind that, and Retro Coffin 5 seconds behind that. So the people who are really close in battle effectively are Burkhoff Versosa, Sapien Carnotus, and then let's look at what's going on below there. Yeah, those are the overall track battles.
As the deltas, I mean, especially on this track, this is a very challenging track and at night, and we see constant position changes as these two are driving these four are driving very similarly to each other. Currently fastest lap of our current race leader, Szymanski, but our overall second place, who has 30 seconds to make up to P1 of Bacardin.
Yeah, and he's slowly chipping away at it, but yeah, still a long way to go. It's going to be a tall order for him to be able to make up that difference in only 3 races of 30-minute length.
Yes, for sure. And Smoke Eater, appreciate it, but we managed to get it figured out somehow. So if anyone has any questions about the deltas, feel free to ask, as it is a little bit confusing. We can clarify anything. We see more yellow flags on track, as there's quite a few of them happening. Tarek, currently in P9, But overall, P11. That spin definitely hurting his time, dropping him down. Now he's actually in a battle with Wells. Overall, on not on track, but overall. Which is, I know, it is quite confusing.
What is Jake Wells driving today? Let's look. A McLaren. He's gone back to his comfort.
Currently, we can focus on this current race at hand and deal with the overall a little bit later. As we can see right now, these are the cars of Hall and Coffin. Coffin leading Hall right now. And Hall wanting to overtake like no other, following right behind. As we see, there are braking points on the road. That's never a good sign. Luckily, all the final corner braking points are intact, but you know, it will get confusing.
Yeah, so here's the interesting thing. So Hall needs to get past Retro Coffin as quickly as he can, considering that he's actually behind him in the overall race as well. So Retro Coffin with about 30 seconds, 35 seconds ahead in the overall. Blaine, I'm sure, will be eager to get past Retro as quickly as he can to try and make up that difference.
Yeah, for sure. And we see yellow flag from Vericosa.
Oh no!
And
Oh,
Jamardi.
whoa.
DeMarchi.
No! Hall losing it. Oh, just going wide.
Oh no, I gotta go back and see that.
Oh, you gotta have a replay here. It's gonna be a couple of people losing it there.
Oh no! He just goes onto the gravel and absolutely slams into the wall. That's gonna be massive damage. And someone as well getting distracted that there's a car on the racing line. And looking like they didn't hit the barrier too hard themselves, but spinning out and losing a lot of time. This is the second out of our 4 races today, and we will be seeing this delta change drastically over those 4 races. It's going to be very interesting to see how close people are after the end of 2 hours throughout this.
Yeah, as we see Versosa making his way through there. And if I could, Mike, if I could request for you to stream your Discord again so that I can be on the same page as you, that would be greatly appreciated.
Sounds like a great idea. We see, once again, the not quite on track battle here, but Skinner trying to get by Tyler, excuse me. That way he can start gaining time, as currently he is losing time to Coffin and the people ahead of him, but Schletter, excuse me, who is behind him on track, but ahead overall, because he had finished the race for that much further ahead in the last one, if that makes sense. A lot of cars here struggling to find their rhythm. Massive gaps between each car, not only overall, but also on track. See Skinner getting by Tyler there. Now he can storm past and make up some time here on Schletter, which I think Schletter is also... No, he's actually just on his own. We also see Robert Lewis there. P5 currently. Great drive from him so far in the 949 Aston. Zeech, after currently in third, both in the overall standings and in the current race. Didn't have the best finish last race, but managing to make up a lot of ground in this one. So far, a very nice drive from the number 1 Honda. Yellow flag there from Tarek. Looks like maybe just a self-induced incident as he's on the racing line. Cars jumping off of it. Go back, see what happened there as... Yeah, just as a lot of drivers have so far, just run wide onto the curbing and just lost it, and then almost getting collected on the rejoin, but luckily skilled enough drivers here to avoid that.
Well, here's a really interesting thing. Zemanski has made up 15 seconds from his 30-second deficit in the previous race. So 10 seconds on track, and it looks like he is storming towards trying to close that gap up between him and Vulcan.
Yeah, he's doing a great job so far, currently with the fastest lap. Lapping it at 1:21.5. But Carden only at a 1:22.6 for his fastest lap, doing that actually last lap. And looking a bit further down the field, we see Wells here. Ooh, running wide actually, pressuring Sledder. Milwee. Actually, I think he just got that overtake done on Danzig there. Milwee with a number 17 Aston representing 949. Being absolutely chased down by Danzig here. A 132 Lamborghini. Very nice livery, I might add. Let's see, coming into sweeping left-hander here. Cars are going to bottom out on the apex. Not quite, actually. Into the corkscrew. And through Cheetah. Ooh. It's actually, I think that's Harknet. No, actually, I think that was lap traffic. I'm not sure, but Harknet now catching heavily on Danzig. Harknet's overall position is not too great, actually. He's sitting down in last, but having to make up the ground, currently sitting in P16 in this current race, and going deep into turn one. Actually loses a bit of time. Jay Wells, looks like he just has a bit of a self-induced outing. Manages to keep it on track with a little bit of off-roading. And Kostovich, another one who didn't have a great last race, currently in P6 overall, where you would, not quite expect him, but more representative of his true skill, and he's in P21 overall. But Bacardin, that gap, coming down slowly, is Hubert. And Lewis now. I think actually Lewis just got overtaken by Kostovich. We missed that on, unfortunately. Both 949s. It's the Kostovich in the 494 and Lewis in the 949. Zeech into the barrier. What happened there? As he's on his own right now. The number one Honda. Oh, he just gets on the throttle too much in the corkscrew and puts it into the barrier. With 7 minutes left in this race, that is not the way you want to have your race on Laguna Seca go with 7 minutes left, as that probably has quite a bit of damage. He is still in P3 with a 19-second gap, but that definitely damaged not only his car, but his self-esteem, I would imagine. Or at least his pride. Yellow flag in the corkscrew again. We see multiple cars off. Ooh, a bit of an unsafe rejoin, but nothing coming of it, it looks like. We can go back and see what happened. As we see cars spinning. Oh, and head-on contact in the corkscrew there. With the 263 car. And that is of Sapien making contact with the 950 car of Reese. That was a heavy bit of contact, and after that he even made a little bit with the barrier. But no matter, Harknet plowing, well, not really plowing through the field. He's trying to. He wants to get by Danzig. As Harknet's still in last place, trying to make up. He has 3 minutes to make up. So that's basically 2 entire laps here at Laguna Seca. And he will not be making that up in this race, but come next race, he might have a chance. He will need to work for it. I mean, he's going to need some really good luck. Turek, yellow flag again. Looks like he just had a bit of another self-induced starting. Harknet, I say that, and as I say that, he goes and has a bit of an offing, not quite too bad. And Hubert Zymanski, he is closing that gap, not rapidly, but very steadily. Every lap, he's bringing about a second off of Bacardin's time. So looking like Zymanski practiced a lot more for Laguna Seca than he did Coda. But Coda also just being a challenging track in general, there's no question about that. And Zeech with a 46-second deficit currently. It's not that difficult to make up, as you can see, as he was, I mean, he had a very decent gap, and then all of a sudden he was 46 seconds behind because mistakes happen, and over a 2-hour race, it is very difficult to not make any mistakes. See Milwee, I think, getting an overtake done on Reese. Reese struggling out there in the 950. I think after getting that bout of damage, actually I don't think, no, Reese didn't get any damage. That was my mistake. Mike Burkov overtaking Turek for P19. Overall, Mike Burkov sitting in P12, not too bad. There's a 6-second deficit to Tyler. And other than that, quite far behind the rest of the field, but very doable to make up some time.
Yeah, Burkov chomping at the bits to get that spot, the 11th spot from Keselowskis. And then another 13 seconds to Danzig, which is also very possible. We've seen Burkov do some crazy laps in the past, so we can expect him to keep fighting for those positions.
Yeah, absolutely. And we also are seeing, once again, looks like Zymanski is slowing down a little bit. Still lapping faster. Actually, still lapping a solid second a lap faster, so never mind. He is consistently taking that delta down. Just absolutely dominating Laguna Seca right now.
Yeah, that's impressive. I mean, I don't know if you guys know who Volkan Bekerden is, but he is a super quick driver, albeit he is in the Nissan right now, which is objectively the slower car. But to be chopping that many seconds off of him like that is very impressive.
Yeah, for sure. As I think I'm gonna, well, it's 2 minutes left. I can wait.
Gosh, we're already almost done this race.
I know,
that's
what I was. I mean, most of it was due to technical difficulties, but we did manage to get those figured out. So coming into the next race, we will see. Hopefully these deltas carry over. Oh man, there, Haska going into the barrier. Chronotis as well now under pressure from Danzig. And it looks like Haska did actually rejoin, so not giving up. Good, that's what you love to see. Currently 22 drivers in this field. Szymanski leading us in the race currently, but overall, Bacardin is our current leader. So at the
Yep.
start of next race, Bacardin will be leading, assuming we finish. If the line finished right now, Bacardin would start in first because he is 7 seconds ahead of Szymanski. Woo! Good save. Man, Tyler, the very big offing there, but managing to keep it out of the wall, and
Leaders on
not
final
bad.
lap now.
Szymanski on the final lap. Here at Laguna Seca, this track flew by. And Eric, remind me, what are the next tracks?
We are going to be rolling into Indy next, and then followed by Watkins Glen.
All right, a lot of drivers were saying they were very excited for Watkins Glen. A lot of them having practiced a lot for that.
Yep, everybody loves Watkins, so good place to finish it off.
Woo! Danzig getting by Chronotis there. Almost making a little bit of contact, but not quite. These drivers very skilled, knowing how to race.
So it looks like Burkhoff's made up that delta to Keselowski, a second behind effectively. So he might be starting 11th. Let's see if he's going to be able to make up that last second of delta and finish the race off strong.
Yeah, Tyler, I think he got stuck behind traffic a little bit there. Getting kind of caught up by the 383 car there that was DeMarchi. And I think he lost a bit of time there, but
The leader is
looking
finished.
like Mike Burkhoff, I don't think he is going to manage to do it here, as, yep, right there, crossing the line for 11th is Tyler. But Szymanski finishing first in this race. And Bacardin, not even close, unfortunately. That was, oops, sorry. That was a dominant performance from Szymanski in this race. The 13-second lead. Then Zeech, even further back, coming into third here in the number 1 Honda after a bit of a mistake, but still nonetheless coming home on the podium. Coffin down in P4 in the Coral Cave Motorsports 937 Porsche. Crosses the line. 4th place overall, 4th place in the race. Lewis down
That
in...
was great.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Lewis down in 8th place, crossing the line now for a 6th in this race. And all of our drivers now basically coming across the line, only the number 7 car of Haska.
Come on, Mikalik. Let's get that.
So everyone finishes their race in their own time.
Almost there.
And ladies and gentlemen,
Locked down.
we got him. So I will turn the... this better not break things.
Can I borrow you for a second?
Green light. Give it all you can.
Eric? Just a bit of a... sure, more technical difficulties as... yeah, there was pushing and shoving a lot throughout that field here. We can go into the replays, actually. Hopefully I need to get in here and, yes, save the replay in time. So we can go check that out. And overall, here, let's get the display off, as this display means absolutely nothing. We have Muff SDR joining us. And I wouldn't say that these guys were too aggressive, Beast Bob. You know, I mean, racing happens, incidents happen. This is a very unfamiliar field with a lot of unfamiliar drivers with each other. But contact does happen. And I should be able to. There we are. Okay. So we'll go into the replay now and check out the start, see how things went. How's everyone doing tonight? Or tonight, it's still morning for me. Exactly, Reds. Rubbin is racing. It is and it isn't, you know. Alright. I didn't save the replay in time. Seto Corsa is awesome. Yes, unfortunately I did not save the replay in time, as I think... Is that a follow? That was a raiding party. Nile! Ending his stream a little early, it seems like. Thank you, Nile. And yeah, unfortunately I did not save the replay for that in time. But yeah, that start was unfortunate to say the least. I wish we could go back and see that, because there was quite a bit of contact that had happened. But it's a night race on one of the trickiest tracks. I don't necessarily blame drivers. How's it going, Flo? You're just joining us in the middle of our 2-hour race, which is a race over 4 different tracks. And the delta is being kept throughout every single one. We'll explain, it'll make a lot more sense when we get into the race, as currently we're just waiting for them to set up the next server and get a practice underway, and then we'll get into qualifying. Well, actually, there will not be a qualifying. They will take the place of their overall position from their delta. So sort of like a 24-hour Le Mans style race. But over the course of multiple tracks. So it is a bit confusing at first, but it makes sense once you get the feel for it. I hope everyone's having a great day today. Enjoying some racing here. As next is going to be Indy, followed up by not Laguna, excuse me, followed up by Watkins Glen. Hey Flo, every second that you're here is appreciated. Thank you, man. Yes, the recovery race starts now for a lot of drivers. They will be a lot of drivers having some pretty unfortunate incidents in that race, and coming off not great. But it happens. Once again, that's racing. You know, it happens, and it is what it is sometimes. And while we're waiting, it's very interesting that that doesn't work. Oh well. Anyways. Do a quick check. See if the server is up. Not quite. It's all good. So far, been some very nice battles. Currently leading us is, oh, I gotta test my memory now. Leading us is Bacardin, followed up by P2 of, I think it was, oh no, now I look like a fool. Zamansky, there we are. Zamansky in P2, cutting off his delta quite a bit in that race, managing to make up a lot of time to Bacardin. In P3, we have Zeege, yes, of course, number 1 Honda. Honda's looking very dominant at these American tracks so far. And behind him, I honestly have no idea. Wells, maybe? Coffin? Someone. Someone's behind him. And while we are waiting, actually, now is a good time to go take a quick break. I suck at this. Hey, what's up? Unfortunately, not joining us for the 24 hours that was supposed to be, but today we have a 2-hour special where we're doing a one-of-a-kind, right? Well, not one-of-a-kind. We will be doing more of these in the future, but we are doing a very unique race format of 4 different tracks over the course of 2 hours, with the delta continuing over each track. So the winners of the race are not necessarily going to be the winners overall. So a race win doesn't mean that much here, besides the fact that you are winning a race, which definitely helps. Server is up. Perfect.
Mr. Nause,
I have heard.
the new update is ready.
Green light, go, go, go.
Where did you put that?
It is in event announcements.
Okay.
Just remember that because you already downloaded it once, it might want to change the name, and it has to stay as standings.
Yeah, it already wanted to do that last time. Man, we need to clean this Discord up. Which, if you want to join the Discord, which is very cleaned up, it's Trackalicious. You can type !Discord and track.
It is high on the priority list. I do agree with you. Now that now that all of our efforts have of trying to grow the sorry, not grow, but organize this event, which has been a Herculean task.
Yeah.
In the background, we'll be able to go in and do some of the housekeeping things that we need to do.
Where is it?
Event announcements. Trackalicious League's event announcements.
Oh, it's not under announcements. Okay.
There it is. Yeah. Also, for some reason, your stream is not streaming the game. Maybe you want to try that again, because I was not able to follow your stream.
Huh?
Yeah, I can't see your stream in Discord. There we go. Thank you so much.
Oh my. Currently just getting little technical things done that are needed for this mammoth event. Okay, hopefully that has worked.
All right, and then a couple of little comments here and there of people dive bombing, which is unacceptable. So try to clean it up here a little bit.
We don't need to have a driver's briefing in the middle of a race.
No. Well, it's not that bad. Let's put it that way. Should there have been multiple large incidents, I would have gladly pulled everyone back in and dealt with it accordingly.
Eric, I'm gonna hand the stream over to you for a minute here while I'm just gonna sit on board with Picard and alright, never mind, he's going to the pits. I'll sit on board with Zemansky because
Sure.
I'm gonna go get some water. You okay?
Yeah. I believe his name is Hubert Smansky. Someone we're not familiar with, but glad that he has joined us in this race. Showing his insane pace. Now this 2-second delta that he's got right now to the leader, I don't think is representative, as I'm sure he'll put down a solid lap as you watch him going through this lovely night view of ACC. You know, oh gosh, I think one of the coolest things about this sim is just the graphics, man. I really enjoy watching the sim. I really enjoy driving it. And if you are new to sim racing and have not driven ACC before, we have a brand new rookie series that is just about to start. You are more than welcome to come in and join us and get yourself familiarized with the lovely world of sim racing. So, let's see. Let's reconnect here. And as the game starts, so we have 4 minutes wait time as everybody starts returning to pits. We'll get the race started here shortly.
I am back.
Welcome.
Of course, we return to pits, but that's alright, because we are at the end here of free practice, getting ready to jump into the qualifying, or not qualifying, excuse me, formation lap. And I might as well get the overlay up.
Oh no, we had another dropout. Unfortunately, Mr. Backerton had another race that he had to go to, so he's unable to finish this race.
He's cheating on
And
us.
you can't lose if you don't fight at all, huh? I think that's what he's going for. I'm just joking. No, that's a shame.
That is.
He was pretty close to give Hubert a run for his money. But looks like we're gonna have to look down the field as Hubert's lead on the rest is huge. It's absolutely massive.
It's actually, we only have 18 drivers in this race.
I know we had 2 that had to drop off because of prior commitments, so that's Vulcan and who else? Nile.
Anyways. Oh,
Yeah,
that's unfortunate.
yeah.
Oh, that's why
Yep.
Niall rated us. Okay.
Yep.
Well, thank you, Niall. Hopefully, whatever you're doing today is you having a good day.
Yep, but we still have some great racing that is still coming up. We have a bunch of people in the mid-pack that are relatively close to each other. Yeah, we'll see if they'll be able to close the gap up. Skinner to Retro Coffin, Kozlauskas to Danzig, Burkhoff to Kozlauskas. Versosa to Chronotis. Milby to Versosa. Those are all. And Turek, 0.6 seconds off Shane Reese. So lots of battles to come yet.
For sure. And just take a little quick rundown of this as it is another night race. Just take a quick look down the grid at these liveries, and there are some gaps in this pack currently. That is due to the fact that there are a couple dropouts. Just take a second to look at that 132 Lamborghini. That is a lovely car. And the Kingfisher Ferrari. All these cars. Chronotis, like I say, always with the unique liveries.
Pretty cool.
The representing 949.
Shane Reese. The Enduro. The 949 Enduro car.
This car has now finished their setups. The headlights come on and the engines rev up. And we're about to get underway on the formation lap here at Indianapolis for the night race. This is the third race out of 4 for today. Next race being at Watkins Glen. Hey Flo, like I say, I'm sure he appreciates your viewership whenever you can, just as we do. So we do this because we enjoy it. That's why. We see some extreme weaving there from that Lamborghini, getting that heat into those tires.
So, you ask TRACKILICIOUS admins, why is the race set at 9 a.m. in the morning? Well, I tell you and give you an explanation. It was because when we originally had this race set up, it was 24 hours, and we actually had the COTA set up for 6 p.m. and a 6-hour race to Laguna at midnight, the 6-hour race till 6 a.m. and then 6 a.m. to 12 noon would have been Indy, and noon to 6 p.m. would have been Watkins. So effectively, you would have been driving through the day through all of the tracks, which was kind of the fun idea to go along with the bigger idea. Lots of ideas.
Yes, that is for sure.
And apparently one wrong idea, which was use the American tracks.
Yes.
But we live and we learn, and we shall provide another event with more popular tracks, something that people will want to drive, and hopefully we'll get a good event going for y'all.
Have a tour that makes no sense but is an absolute banger. Go from Spa to Suzuka.
Spa, Suzuka, Kailami, Silverstone,
Oh,
Bathurst, all contenders.
absolutely.
I mean, we got 22 people in chat. Which one would you like to see in our Tour 24 that we're gonna reset and do when it comes back up? Where would you rather the tracks go to?
I saw in the background there's someone absolutely clobbering that polystyrene barrier as they start to go Noah's Ark formation too wide. Getting ready to round the final corner here. Well, second to final corner. I'm not sure if that's 1 or 2 corners. Come on to the start-finish straight. A couple people starting from the pits. That's Chronotis and the 950 car of Reese. Actually, I think Reese. Yeah, Reese. Yeah.
Oh, that's weird. I wonder why that happened.
Green light,
And we're now green here at Indianapolis. Underway. Great start from the leaders. Actually, I say that. Zeech currently under pressure, it looks like. He's going to come barreling into the turn 1 here. Actually, he's pressuring. My bad. Manages to go down the inside.
Oh, bit on the grass there.
Oh, he doesn't quite yet. Scrubs off the speed, has a little tiny moment of oversteer, loses that traction, and Szymanski manages to hold that position for now. Szymanski, current overall leader. Did we lose?
Yeah, we did lose Backerton. Vulcan was the one who had to leave as well.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Our second place contender.
Yep. So our closest gap to Zmanski's 45 seconds with Leach coming in second. Coffin 35 seconds behind that. Skinner 18. Danzig 12. Lewis 3 seconds behind Danzig. I'm sure he's going to be fighting for that 5th place. Burkhoff 6 seconds behind that, making up a couple of spots as we had talked previously. But yeah, let's pay attention to this opening lap as the spiciness happens usually at the start of the race.
Yeah, we see Milwee, as I want to jump with here, currently in P11 overall, but battling with Veracruz, which Veracruz is sitting down in P13. But we see him send it down the inside. That was a very, very ambitious move there from Milwee. Danzig, unfortunately, getting collected there and pushed into. That was not a great incident.
Now, Phil Milwee, aka Whelpcakes, another 949 legend. That's not typical of him. He's usually a little bit more sensible than that, but I'm sure that was a mistake given the dark conditions, probably cool tires. So I'm sure we'll see some better performance from him with the race moving on.
I actually think that might have been where someone took out that polystyrene barrier, and that might have been his braking marker.
Yeah, that can get a lot of people caught out. I know I've been caught out a bunch of times myself. It's tough.
Yeah.
It's actually a real practical part of racing when even out in real life, when your brake markers go missing, what do? You have to start finding new things to reference, and sometimes it's easy and sometimes it's very, very difficult. Not a lot of things close to the track to reference visually.
Now, and then you also, while you're doing that, you're thinking, which when you're driving, you shouldn't be thinking about other things, so that's just going to slow you down.
Justin Beachley coming in with the British GT tracks. Yeah, I'm sure that's going to be a real popular one, Justin. Let's shove 50 people into Oulton Park, Brands Hatch, Snetterton.
Hey, we can throw Silverstone in there at least for like the third race.
Yeah.
That way you have to make people sit around for the good one.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure that's going to be just as popular as what we just went through.
If not more.
Yeah.
Very close racing so far from this midfield. Coffin leading the pack for 4th place, and behind him is going to be Tyler, followed by Lewis, followed by Wells, Mike Burkov, and Kostovich, all within a second of each other pretty much. As we see right there, Mike Burkov letting Kostovich by, not battling him at all, knowing his positions right now. Kostovich currently in P16, a lap down. A lot of these drivers, a couple of these drivers actually a lap down. There's 3 of them. We see right here, someone battling for position currently for P7 overall, P5 in this race. We see Tyler here. And I apologize, Tyler, I'm not going to try to pronounce your last name. Until Eric says it once convincingly, then I will...
Kazlauskas.
Like I say, once you say it convincingly, then I'll be like, yeah, that's
it. That's it. It's Kazlauskas.
Okay, Kazlauskas. I hope that is it.
Yeah, Kazlauskas.
Okay.
I'm going in with like a lot of confidence here. I hope I got it right.
I mean, Szymanski, you sold me on Szymanski, so.
I'm pretty sure.
I think you're right.
Sure that one's right. Too.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. Szymanski still leading the race overall and in this race.
Beachley coming in with "That's why I'm not an admin" because of his lovely suggestion of the British tracks. No, Beachley, I'm pretty sure you're not an admin because you don't have 7,000 hours to spend organizing leagues. But if you do, let me know. We'd love to have you on board.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's a minimum of 7,000 hours, and that's per week.
I thought it was per day.
No, no, it's per week. We're not
man.
we're not tyrants.
Ooh, collision down the field between DeMarchi and Danzig. I don't know if I'm going to be able to go back in time. I am.
Oh boy, that is a missed breaking point if I ever saw it.
Yes, it is.
Well, at least he's trying to do the right thing and let him by, but
Yeah. That was still just an unfortunate mistake.
let's throw up a warning here for Danzig.
I mean, you know, Danzig got kind of collected in that first incident. I wouldn't say that first incident was his fault. Ooh, the 949 car. Lewis getting collected. Not sure. See what happened here. Going too wide, looking like wants to go down the inside and around the outside in the S section. Trying to go 3 wide, it looks like, but not actually even. Mike Burkov, I think that was, making contact.
That's tough. Lots of cars around. Not sure where to go. Burkov understeers a little bit. It's a tough one.
Yeah, I couldn't. Just from that alone, I couldn't really tell what happened. And we see the car 949 going into the pits as they must have sustained some damage, which is never a good sign. Zeech now a minute down from Szymanski. Szymanski walking away with this race. And the races as well. Just absolutely dominating.
Let's call it this leg of the race or this stint of the race and the overall race as well. Szymanski showing some incredible pace. You love to see it.
Yeah, you just wish, I really wish that he still had a competitor with him there, but that's okay, you know. I understand real life happens. Trust me, we understand real life happens. But Szymanski doing an amazing drive so far. Basically can go down a lap and still be in the lead. Not on this track, but on some. That turn seems to be, there must be a missing braking marker for that turn, because everyone seems to be taking it differently. No one can get that corner down. You see here, Zeech gonna try to get that overtake done on Mike Burkov. Tucks into the inside here. Mike Burkov not really defending it too much just yet. Both of them very late on the brakes, but Zeech gets by with ease. Mike Burkov not actually fighting that. Zeech in second place overall. Mike Burkov knows he's sitting down currently overall in P8, which is quite good. He does not need to be battling Zeech. Skinner also chasing down Coffin here in the 937 Porsche, followed by the 96 Aston. Very challenging so far, it seems like, for these drivers. A lot of them struggling. Seeing a lot of different lap times. Zeech! Oh no! Comes into the barrier, immediately goes back on track. Gotta need to see what happened there. All on his own, it looks like. Maybe that was a self-induced error. Goes onto the curbing, touches the grass, and just has a spin and kisses the barrier.
That's a big off.
He's a minute and 13 behind now. Coffin, 40 seconds behind him, looking like he might want to catch him in this race or the next. That's going to put Zeech under a lot of pressure, actually. Maybe not immediately on this lap, but if he's sustained enough damage, we'll see how he's lapping. before, he was actually lapping very fast with a 1:37.5, one of the fastest laps in the server, actually. The second fastest lap, behind Zemansky. And we'll see what he manages to do this lap. That Lamborghini looking like an absolute handful on this track. As it is just jerking everywhere. Wanting to step out at any opportunity it can, but Tony doing a very good job to wrestle that car under control mostly. Still Zemansky leading by a country mile at this point. Currently, we're about almost halfway through this race. Looking like Zemansky with a 15-second lead over Coffin. Coffin, so far, doing a very good job just to keep third. He's just kind of been sitting in third the whole time, really. Skinner has been battling with him. But overall, I think Skinner, well, battling with him overall, I should say, but he hasn't recently. It seemed like on Laguna, I'm not sure if Skinner, I don't remember if he had an incident where he lost some time to Coffin, but Coffin coming off very well so far. Kostovich pressuring Tony. Tony going very defensive, it looks like, or letting him by, one of the two. Letting him by, okay. No, going defensive, goes to tuck back in, but Kostovich with the superior pace there. Tony, very exuberant, but not quite gonna do that. Zeech still lapping in the 1:37, so not sustaining too much damage after that incident that he had, a self-inflicted incident where he went and touched the grass and into the barrier, unfortunately, and just kind of, well, he went head-on into it, but looking like his car is actually in decent condition. Ooh. He's getting a little impatient, it seems like, his Zeech, wanting to get by Veracruz. Surprisingly, Veracruz fighting this very hard. Veracruz, though, not actually going defensive here. And actually, Zeech, yep, getting the slipstream, going down the inside. I think that he's just going to let him by. Yes, he is. Veracruz, once again, knowing who he's fighting. Veracruz currently sitting down in P10, battling with our current P2 overall. Not quite any point to that. And we also see here Tyler trying to pressure down Kostovich, still managing to stay with him after Kostovich overtaking him quite a while ago, actually, and still managing the lap fairly well. The lap times are vastly different. But the Delta, not so much. Fastest lap currently being held by Zemansky, our race leader, the 1:36.2, miles ahead of anyone else. The next fastest lap is a 1:37.5. Yes, a 1:37.5 is the next fastest lap. So, just I mean, Zemansky on a completely different planet right now. Luckily, we're still seeing all the drivers that started this race in this race. 18 drivers left. Started with 26, somewhere around there. 36. We lost quite a few drivers so far throughout this 2-hour race, unfortunately. But massive thanks to everyone joining us and being here in the chat, in the stream, and everywhere. Behind the scenes people, and especially the drivers.
And of course, our lovely commentator, Mike Nause.
Sure.
As you guys can see, the handsomest commentator on the planet.
Very handsome and humble. Yellow flag from DeMarchi. Looking like that was just a bit of a self-induced off. I don't think we need to go back and see that one. But Tarek, actually, though, is currently sitting on in P13, P10 in the race. The 88 Porsche. Pressuring heavily. Ooh, okay, that was... He wants that position from Ghoukasian like no other. Wrestling that Porsche through these curves here. Unfortunately, I don't know a single turn name at Indy.
I can't help you there, bud.
I figured as much.
I've had to start remembering all my children's names, let alone have make-up room in my mind for all these corner names.
Okay. Anyways. Yeah, that's this is a track to study up on for sure for corner names if we ever do come back here.
I'm pretty sure that most of them are just numbers as well. They don't have a lot of actual names on the corners.
All right, well then in that case,
yeah,
we'll jump on board here with the 84 car of Wells going into a turn number here. No name, as I'm going to call it, going into another no name, followed up into the next no name. Then makes a dive into no name, not quite happening though just yet. Keeps it under control through no name. Sweeping, taking a long right-hand sweeper around no name. Getting ready to go into the final no name chicane. And I think I have beat this joke to its utter end at this point, so we will move on.
I thought that was pretty funny.
Thank you. This train of cars here, just very... Mike Burkov, followed by Wells, followed by Tyler. They're very content behind each other. Everyone kind of on their own race right now, where actually Mike Burkov is racing Tyler, but he's about 9 seconds behind, so he's got a little bit of work to do and is going to have to get by this field. And as I say that, he gets by, I think that was lap traffic. We have a subscription?
Oh, Milo.
Milo just smoked the show. Absolutely incredible.
Guys, Milo the first, fellow streamer, fellow ACC driver, New World Sim Racing. Go check them out. Lovely group of people.
Thank you very much,
Hope you're
Milo.
doing well. You are a legend. Thank you so much. And Lord West looking for an in-car view of number 8.
Yes, I am currently trying to work on that, but I keep misclicking.
So Milo, as you have already heard, we had to zigzag a little bit from our Tour 24, which was not filled up and had a lot of people backing out at the end there. But what we did end up doing is a 2-hour race, half hour at each track, from Coda to Laguna to Indy, which is where we're at right now, and over to Watkins next. And what you're seeing on the list here is their effective race position 3 races in. So accumulation of all the times from Coda, Laguna, and into Indy. So even though you might see some people racing on track, that is not their overall race position. It's just their position in this leg of the race. A couple of spicy things happening on track as Kozlowskis here getting pressured.
Yeah, he's doing a great job with this pressure, though. Ho, as Wells looking like he might be getting a little impatient or just taking a different line, as a lot of these drivers probably not the most familiar with this. And it's raining. It is now raining here at Indy for the final 9 minutes of this race. Will the grip stay or will it go? That is the ultimate question.
Oh my gosh, Wells missing his braking point there.
Wow. Jump back into the third-person view, get a good view of this action here. Wells getting by Kozlowski. Tyler. Tyler.
Just call him Kaz. I'm sure he goes by Kaz all the time.
Tyler. All right. Jarrett Skinner here. Currently in P2 overall. Very good race from him. It's someone I think we've kind of not mentioned much.
So I have a question for Milo specifically in chat. So Milo, we heard that a lot of people were shying away from the Tour 24, given that it was the American tracks. Well, they were organizing it on the American tracks. What tracks would you say that we should go to? Because we're not going to do that again because everybody didn't want to do it. So putting it out to chat in the world to vote on your favorite tracks in which you would want to do the next or the first Tour 24.
Bit of a battle going on here with Wells and Tyler. Tyler getting by again? No, Wells getting by. There we go. Tyler and the Mercedes. That 84 Mercedes is not going to give up on Wells, I think. He wants that P4. A lot of these drivers looking like they are staying out for dries. I saw, though, Coffin coming out of the pits right now. I think he just went on to wets. I think that's a very bold choice, and we'll see if it pays off, because he had a fairly decent position, if I'm not mistaken. That's sacrificing a lot of time in the pits that I don't know if he's going to be able to make up.
And you know what? I'm going to go in and confirm Coffin's position here.
Ooh, Tyler running wide. We also see Tony Danzig having a yellow flag for no reason. Okay. Mike Burkov now pressuring Tyler. That's the person that he's battling, currently 5 seconds behind overall. If he can get in front here and pull a 5-second gap, he will be starting ahead of him in the next race. Mike Burkov just not quite getting the opportunity at that Mercedes. Very good in the rain. Ferrari, not so much. But both of them managing to handle these conditions very well. Mike Burkov down the inside, wants to at least, has a look, still stays there. Gonna have the outside line for the next, or excuse me, inside line for the next corner, then the outside. And he's gonna go for the switchback, and Tyler running wide onto the gravel. Mike Burkov getting by with ease there, just absolutely capitalizes on Tyler's mistake, and Tyler is plummeting down this field right now. Yellow flag from Szymanski for no reason, I think. Yeah, that just showed a yellow flag. Okay.
Yeah, responding to you, Milo, we had multiple people having a hard time finding teammates because nobody wanted to drive the American tracks, and a couple people back out just because they couldn't find teammates. So we had over 20 teams signed up, and in the last week, we had over 7 pull out. So. Yeah, I mean, you already know this. We shared that information with our team captains, but yeah, it's been an interesting one. So yeah, we're looking for what the opinion is on what the track should be. You know, we're thinking some of the basic things. You know, the spas and the Silverstones and the Kylamis and the Bathurst. So
Suzuka.
Let us know. What do you think, Suzuka? Yeah.
Oh my goodness, Siege almost losing it completely on the straight there, the start-finish straight, having a massive tank slapper, but keeping it under control. That was very impressive. That didn't look like much, but that was an absolute handful right there. And now Mike Burkov just pushing his way up the field. Already now currently a tenth behind, or about 1 second, I should say, behind Tyler, and gaining. If he can get by Zeech here, he will absolutely be ahead of Tyler for the next race. It is true, Milo. Summer / end of summer is kind of tough.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a valid point.
Yeah.
And Zeech managing to keep the pressure on for right now, and Mike Burkov still not quite getting that overtake done, getting a little held up, but actually losing pace, it seems like. A lot of these drivers struggling for pace out there, and I think Coffin currently lapping a 146, so he definitely went on to wet tires. He has the pace over the rest of the field by a lot right now, about, well, actually not even that, by a lot, I would say, because Kostovich is lapping 149. That's 3 seconds faster. So track conditions kind of are in a interchange point right now, where if you can handle the wet, and Chronotis seems like he struggled to there a little bit and goes off the track, and we also see Zeech losing it on the start-finish straight. This is not the spot to lose your car. Looks like he's gonna be, oh my goodness.
Oh,
okay.
careful. Smart.
Okay, I want to go back and see that as, oh my goodness, he had a bit of contact with Mike Burkov, but I think Mike Burkov came out all right there and didn't actually end up getting collected. That was really lucky, but that was essentially what happened to him on the last lap, but he managed to save it.
So this is interesting because it puts Zeech back in reach for Skinner and Retro Coffin. Well, Skinner only 23 seconds behind now, whereas there's a much bigger gap before. Luckily for Zeech, there's only 2 minutes left in this race, so he's not going to carry the damage forward. But man, that race for 2 and 3 starting to tighten up.
Yeah, absolutely, as the race for P1 is more or less sealed, barring technical failure at this point.
Yeah, Zemansky's just walked away with it.
Crazy. That's what you call a clockwork drive. I mean, that's a perfect drive from Zemansky there.
I was also looking at chat here, gonna request for an ambulance in Ohio. I think Beachley has fallen and hit his head because he just suggested Bathurst. Now that's not something you expect to hear from Beachley.
I don't know if joking about that's a great idea.
You alright, Beachley? Everything okay there? I never thought you, of all people, would suggest the land down under for one of the races. Although, that is likely to be the closing race, considering that anything can happen at Bathurst. So, all these deltas that get built up in the first three, races would always be at risk in that last and final race.
Yellow flag from Milby there, as he looks like he was all on his own, having another self-inflicted spin. That track looking very wet. Yellow flag from Coffin and DeMarchia. Looking like they had some contact there. Go back and see what happened. As we see Coffin going around the right-hander very quickly, and DeMarchi coming up
just loses it.
Yeah, DeMarchi just has a bit of a tank slapper, loses his momentum, and unfortunately Coffin had nowhere to go. If he had corrected his steering at all, he would have ended up in the barrier just because of the wetness. That's just an unfortunate incident right there. The race now down to its closing minutes here. We have the our absolutely dominant leader of Szymanski coming across the line for P1 once again. Chronotis following him for P10. And Skinner currently in P2 for this race. Very good drive from him. Kostovich right behind him. Kostovich making up actually a ton of ground in this race. Kostovich was about a minute and a half behind, I think, at the beginning of this race, and now he's 30 seconds behind.
Yeah, I think he had to return to garage at Coda and has made up all of that time to the drivers ahead, which is absolutely insane. So even though he's effectively P16, he's come back from an entire like 3+ minute deficit to the other guys. Ridiculous.
Yeah, that's some pretty impressive pace there, especially with these conditions treating him very well, it looks like.
Esports type things from the esports legend.
Zeech coming across the line, P8, not the result he would have wanted, but still has a minute 45 over the rest of the field for P2. No, he doesn't. He has 35 seconds over the field for P2. He is a minute 45 behind. My bad. So we see here Coffin now. The 937 Porsche coming across the line. P10. Overall P4. So far so good from Coffin. Currently has a 58-second gap to Wells behind him. Go back. Let's check out some of those replays, why not? Check out the start once again here. Never mind. As the server now is going to change over, we'll just go back and I pressed the button. I hope it saved this time. It did. Okay, we're good. Let's go back here. Check out the start. See how everyone got off. We'll watch it from the back. Not that far back, but
I'll be right back.
oh, I don't have my race control. Very clean turn one, honestly. So far, everyone making it out of it very cleanly. Nothing too bad happening thus far. And then Szymanski and Zeech battling it out. Unfortunately, Zeech having a absolute catastrophe, it seemed like, at the end there, which, you know, it happens. It's unfortunate. And Danzig as well, another driver that came off unfortunate for what could have been. Yeah, pitting for wets was, I mean, I don't think it ruined your race. I think it was a good call, but with 9 minutes left, that was it was ambitious, to say the least. But I respect it. I mean, you had to go for something in your position. I don't blame you. Okay, yes, it was a Ferrari strategy. That is very true. Yeah, well, we saw that on camera. That was, it just looked like a misunderstanding on track, is what it looked like. Don't remember what lap that happened on, or else I would go back and check it out, but can jump on board here. Well, It's fine. It was lap 2? Oh, okay. Well. Yeah, I'm sure Danzig will understand, as I think, you know, he didn't come out the greatest, that's for sure, but looks like that must have been post-incident. Yeah, so we'll check that out, as might as well. So Milwee closing up on Danzig. What happened? What happened? Oh, there we are. Okay. So just braking very early there was, yeah, Danzig and Whelpcake's just not quite, or Milwee, not quite getting the car stopped in time. Has a bit of a collision. That was just unfortunate. But overall, very exciting race, as we will have one more night race. And that will be at Watkins Glen. I've heard a lot of drivers been practicing very hard for Watkins Glen, so we will see. I think this is going to be the race that we're going to see some awesome action on, where I've heard a lot of drivers saying a lot of things about it, and that they have basically, well, everyone loves the Glen, so. Overall, though, with the rain at the end catching some drivers out, that was a very interesting race indeed, where I think it was around lap 11, lap 12, somewhere around here is when it started raining. Very suddenly, yeah, 13, here we are. So it goes from not raining to just basically pouring. See a little bit of action here. Down from the pack, a little bit further back. Pressure from Mike Burkov as that happened. So we're now getting ready to go into the final race. That is Watkins Glen, where the deltas have been continued throughout each race. There's quite a large gap between first and second, but third and fourth are catching up fairly rapidly, or at least were in this race, after that mistake there that Zeej had. Zeej making a self-induced error at the end, basically, and kind of just putting it into the wall. Oh my! Zeej, that was very close. Almost going into the back of Tyler there, but that just shows how skilled these drivers truly are. A bit of a tank slapper. In fact, that's a good one. That'd be a good moment to watch again. So we'll see here, around the outside, great view of this battle, but Tyler running wide. Zeej getting the outside angle and just closing that gap. Sees him in his rearview mirror, knows he's got the job done. But I think if this might have been the lap. Yeah, he's a bit of a tank slapper. Not quite. That was the next lap that he does. Okay. Yeah, right there. That is a Code Brown moment. That is not what you want to do coming onto the start-finish straight. Got a bit of just a over-corrected steering there, went a little bit too far to the right, got on the throttle too early, and then almost put it in the barrier. And then unfortunately on the next lap, he did pretty much the exact same thing, gets on the throttle, same steering motion and everything, somehow doesn't collect Mike Burkov in that, and manages to, oh, I forgot I had that Tour 24 thing. Well, that's irrelevant now, but that's okay. Just unfortunate finish there for Ziege. And I am not sure if we have the server up yet, but I will check here in a second. As I just need to do one quick thing to update the new race app, and we'll be back underway. Alrighty, that has been done. Once again, I hope everyone's having a great time. Thanks everyone for joining us today. Still just is no longer morning for me, just turning noon for me here on the West Coast. Wherever you guys are in the world, hope you guys are having a great day, night, evening, wherever. As we might as well go and check. I think we should be getting ready here pretty soon, I would imagine, to get underway with that Watkins Glen practice session, where we will get everyone involved and get them into the server. Looks like we do. The Glen is ready.
Green light. Go, go, go.
And jumping in with 10 seconds left in free practice, about perfect timing. 17 drivers on grid right now. Hopefully we get the 18th. But you can see just the massive elevation changes here at the Glen. This track is truly something else. And there will not be any qualifying session, as this is the 4th race in the series, where basically we started tonight on Coda, where the drivers finished their races, and then after that the timings and deltas from that race carried over to Laguna Seca, where from that race the timings carried over to Indy, and so on, where now we are on the Glen for the final 30-minute race here of tonight, where this will determine our winner. Well, I think, no offense, but I think we already know who our winner is, barring, like I say, technical failure. Zemansky driving the absolute wheels off this car and just dominant so far in the number 22 Honda. But we will see if Coffin, who I think is managing to hold off a very good position right now, I think in P2 or 3, I don't quite remember, doing very good so far. As we're now waiting here, getting ready to switch over to the grid rundown. Or I won't do a grid, or I might as well do a grid rundown, because there's only 18 drivers left on this field, maybe 19, not sure. And we will see from here. So basically, starting in P1 for this race. So overall, these race starts, or the starting position is not necessarily, no, is relative, excuse me. So this is their overall position. So we have Zemansky, P1, currently our race sitter, by about 2 minutes, maybe a little bit less. Maybe I think about minute 50. P2 is going to be Skinner, followed by P3 in Coffin, then Wells, P4, Lewis, P5, Mike Burkov, P6, got Tyler in P7, then we got Tony Danzig, P8, Turek, P9, Chronotis, P10, Milwy, P11, Reese, P12, DeMarchi, P13, Kostovich, P14, Varricosa, P15, Harkinet, P16, Sapien, P17, and Haska, P18, bringing up our back of the pack for this final race. And as I said before, currently Zemansky leading overall and in this race. Just an absolutely dominant drive thus far. Thank you, Milo. I hope you have a great rest of your day. No, you don't need to go. Haska, you don't need to leave. This is the final race. Well, Haska, I hope you have a good rest of your day, but it's unfortunate that you couldn't finish this one out with us. But we understand real life happens. And I'm doing weird things. Okay, we're good. Race app or race control. Being funky, but we're all good. All right, Heska, that's the spirit. It's 30 minutes. You got 30 minutes. You can do this. All right, that's fair.
30 seconds.
Gotta finish this event, even though you're in last. Doesn't matter. This is the first of its kind Trackalicious event. Hopefully more of these to be coming in the future, along with a 24-hour event.
10 seconds.
As this was supposed to be a 24-hour event, but unfortunately was not due to a multitude of reasons. And but that's okay. They will be rescheduled for the future. So make sure you guys join the Trackalicious Discord. I'll go ahead and throw that in chat if you guys want to join up. Also, massive shout out to 949 Sim Racing and Box 3, and also, I mean, just all the racing communities in general that have come here tonight. OSR, or I apologize, I don't remember your guys' actual name, which is really embarrassing. I apologize. But everyone here, thank you guys for being a part of this community, joining me for the stream tonight. I'm Mike Nause. Here we're on Watkins Glen for the final race of tonight. I can get the deltas up now that the race is underway. We can actually see. There we are. So these are the current positions. Overall, Skinner. So overall in the all four races, we have Szymanski leading, followed by Skinner, followed by Coffin, Wells, Lewis, Mike Burkov in P6, very good from him. Tyler P7, Danzig P8, Turek P9, Chronotis P10, Milwy P11, Reese P12, DeMarchi P13, Varricosa and Kostovich currently kind of flipping back and forth, but P14, 15, Harknett P16, Sapien Sapien P17, and Haska hopefully going to stick around for this race, down in P18. Bringing up the back of this field as we get ready for this misty start. It looks like it's not a night race, but it is going to be at least raining, but not that hard at the start. Looking like the track is a bit damp. Nothing more than that. Looks like these drivers, I mean, they should be able to cope with it. They've had multiple wet races thus far. But we will see, as we're currently looking at Szymanski, our race leader and overall race leader. So far, just an absolutely dominant drive from him. We'll see if he can manage to keep it up on the Glen, but I would imagine he will, as he can pretty much afford to go down a lap. Drivers coming into the final section now. All trying to get as much heat into their tires, but actually not much weaving going on, as I think the weather is maybe enticing people to not weave. We see a little bit of weaving in the back there. The Pink Pig car, I think that's at Varicose? Yes. Pink Pig QV Motorsports, Daniel Varicose. We see some really awesome liveries here today. Danzig, the very nice livery. Tyler, Mike Burkov, all of them. Lovely liveries. These cars now are going to get ready here to go Noah's Ark formation, 2x2. Coming around the final corner here. Getting ready to go green at the Glen. Very spread out right now. It looks like the drivers... Whoa! Yeah, the drivers are kind of in a bit of a hurry to get back to their grid position. Some of them were sleeping a little bit. But here we are. Getting ready to go green. As we can see there. Watching a little bit in the middle of the pack. Focus on third place. Coffin.
I have returned.
Perfect timing, as we are now green here at Watkins Glen. Underway. Great start from the top four, actually, but fourth place Wells getting an even better start, and we see a lot of late braking into the first turn. Most drivers making it, everyone looking like they're going to make it through. A lot of position changes, 3 wide here, as the Pink Pig is going to manage to get by DeMarcia, Kostovich as well, following Kostovich. Mike Burkov getting up to P5 in the opening lap. Very solid start from him. Looking like he even wants to challenge Wells for P4. Behind that, Lewis and Tyler, side-by-side action, getting ready to go into the chicane. Tyler, very late on the brakes, manages to overtake him around the outside. Gets it done before the second part of the chicane. And Lewis, looking like actually struggling a bit for pace after getting overtaken. The 949 Aston Martin, and Danzig right on his tail, but also Chronotis he's gonna pressure Danzig extremely heavily here, coming into this back sector, getting ready to come into the final sector, the hairpin leading up to it. And it doesn't look like Danzig is... Chronotis, I mean, it doesn't have the run on Danzig, unfortunately. Losing a bit of time around that final corner. Lamborghini looking quite planted here. Varicose managing to go up to P13. Harknett staying down in last thus far, but he is right behind Sapien. Definitely has a good opportunity to challenge for an overtake at some point in this race. We see more overtakes up the field. Mike Burkov side by side with Wells, I think that is. Get a better angle maybe, not quite, as we see a 3 wide, just about. Going into turn 1, Mike Burkov, bit of contact, 3, oh, we have a triple contact, quadruple contact, 4 cars off there. Mike Burkov having a bit of contact. We can go back and see that one more time, as that happened very, very quickly. Where we have these 4 cars, Mike Burkov kind of has a bit of contact, runs out of room on that, and then, oh yeah, just the other cars. Mike Burkov coming off all right. Managing actually coming off great into second place for this race. But the cars behind him not as lucky. Mike Burkov still in 6th place now overall. Turek behind him in this race. The 88 Porsche. Looking like he wants to make that move quick. But the Glen, not the easiest track to overtake on, not the toughest either. So I think that is why this is one of the more popular tracks, is it is not the most difficult to overtake on. We see actually Turek not quite having the pace to keep up with Mike right now. Tyler having a little look at Coffin down the inside, but not thinking anything of it. But I say that, and Coffin runs wide. Tyler just slips right through. Makes that look easy. Tyler now Looking like he does have the pace to hold that position. Kostovich, though, extremely fast guy. Down here in P14 overall. It's the yellow flag from Danzig, whose race has just not gone. I mean, I feel he's in 8th right now overall, but I feel like he could have done so much better. And he just runs wide and comes to a stop. That looks like a baby crying or something incident, like oops, I dropped something. And of course, Zemansky already with a 10-second gap to 2nd place. Absolutely dominant. And actually, we have yellow flag from Varicose. I'm not sure why. That was just race app being race app. Harknett as well. And Haska moving up into P8. All right. Coffin side by side. It looks like, ooh, a little bit of contact there with Tyler, but just a tiny bit. Rubbin is racing after all. Massive lunge round the outside, late on the brakes, manages to keep it mostly on track, but doesn't carry that momentum to get that overtake done. Oh, massive tank slapper for Coffin. Stranded in the middle of the track. Hopefully he doesn't get collected by anyone, as the camera does not want to focus on him. We can go back and see that once again as just a massive tank slapper gets into the barrier, and all of these cars just narrowly avoiding it. Looking like that Audi actually made a little bit of contact with the barrier on the inside. Maybe fatigue wearing in for some of these drivers. As we're coming to the end here, we're about hour and a half in, just about, a little more than for this race, and we saw a car running wide there, out onto the curbing, struggling to keep it under control. Battles off track though. Danzig. Oh, battle, that's on track, excuse me. No, it's not. Okay, it's fine. Race app's just being race app. We're good. Not too many close battles right now. Overall, closest battle off track is Kostovich catching DiMarcia. We see yellow flag Sapien and Coffin. Coffin, who started in 4th place, had a very solid start. Not sure what happened here. Harknett. So we see a car off track, offline there. And that was, I think I clicked on the wrong car. That's okay.
Yeah, I'm going back to have a look at that one. Even though we weren't planning on live stewarding, wanted to rein in this shenanigans, these shenanigans.
Has that been going all right?
Yeah.
Skinner there with the overtake on Milwee. Milwee absolutely going to want to challenge that back. But not quite just yet. The 96 car has the pace over Milwee right now. All right. Tyler pushing the wheels off this car to try to make up some ground, all the ground he can. But Lewis looking very fast, Robert Lewis is. The 949 Aston. Aston's looking very good on these American tracks, I will say. As we're only down to one Honda, so I guess the Honda as well looking like a great car, but we started off with a few more, but most of them have unfortunately dropped out. We see Kostovich now off track, battling with Demarchi. Big battle. Reese, Varricosa, Wells, and Skinner all in this one. Currently Reese holding up this pack. Wells looking like he wants to have a bite here, get by as soon as he possibly can. But runs wide there. It's going to compromise his exit for sure. Still right on him. Tucks into the inside. Has a look, but thinks better of it. Gets ready to go round the outside of turn one here. Is he going to go late on the brakes? Not quite late enough. Very defensive from Reese. Reese does a great job defending that, but maybe with the switchback, Wells can get it done. Down the inside. Carries that momentum from the last sector, manages to keep ahead for now, but it's going to struggle to keep that position side by side for so many turns. Neither of them wanting to give an inch here. Neither of them at all want to give an inch, but Wells with the inside line breaks late into the chicane, manages to seal that overtake. Reese not too thrilled with that, but what an incredible battle. And as we say that, Skinner looking at Varricosa. Varricosa drifting wide. And Skinner making easy work of that. Mistake from Varricosa. Can't afford to do that when you have Skinner right behind you like that. But that's alright. Skinner capitalizing. Oh no, you went on... Oh man. That sucks, Haska. that's unfortunate. As wet tires not too great on a dry track, it turns out. But it looks like Mike Burkov, I think you weren't the only one. Mike Burkov is on dries right now. Not sure what happened to him. Very far down the field. Still overall Mike Burkov in 8th. But in this race, I don't know what happened.
I think he might have gotten spun around when there was contact between him and the other two guys in the first or second lap.
And we can see here, Turek and Szymanski battling for P1. Szymanski was miles ahead, had a very bad lap, and is now in second place as Turek, with an 88 Porsche, has somehow taken that from him. Turek currently sitting down in P9 overall in the standings, but showing some incredible pace here at the Glen. Szymanski, fastest lap currently is a 150.6, and then Turek is a 148.1, 2 seconds faster. I think if you were to say that to me in the last race and say that Szymanski was doing that, I would fully believe you, but not this one.
Yeah, and I was just looking at the replay. It looks like Turek just overtook him on raw pace. I would guess that there's some sort of tire pressure situation going on with Szymanski.
Yeah, he might have set up for the wet a little bit too much as the track dried out very quickly.
Oh, that's right. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, Szymanski for sure running wets. Turek running dries.
Yep. So, Szymanski making a strategic error here at the Glen. I don't think that's going to cost him, as he still has a 2-minute and 43-second lead. Oof. As we see Tyler coming to a very quick halt. Not sure what happened there. It looks like just car got away from him, eats the curbs. Eats way too much curb on that, yeah, and then just goes onto the grass and locks up, and his tires aren't going to be too happy with that one. Luckily rejoining very safely, no one in danger of colliding with him or anything. Skinner, though, pressuring Reese all over him. Oh, Reese, extremely defensive, covers off the inside. Skinner wanted to go for that switchback, has a bit of a moment mid-corner, though. Still carries that momentum, but doesn't quite have it just yet. He's probably going to have to wait till the first corner if he wants to have an opportunity, but I don't think he's gonna. Oh, no! As you see there, Reese, I think getting maybe punted off there. I'm not sure. Skinner.
Yeah, we'll go back and watch the replay on that one.
Yeah, that was really, I don't think Skinner hit him. I didn't see any contact there. I think that was a there could have been some net code. Obviously with sim racing, it's not perfect in that way, but I think that he's all good. I think Skinner didn't make any contact there, which I could be wrong. Now Milwee side by side with Ghoukasian gets that overtake done. Skinner, after suffering that, now also going to overtake Milwee. Not Milwee, excuse me, Ghoukasian, but also wants to have a look at Milwee. Yeah, Whelpcake's just not showing the pace today, unfortunately, down in P7, overall P10. Skinner pushing to the absolute limit in the Rockefeller Racing 96 Aston Martin. Trying to push down the 17 car 949 Racing. The same Aston Martin. And as he goes down the inside there, doesn't quite get it, loses his speed, has a bit of a moment on the apex, and has to try again, runs wide. He wants by Milwee like no other, but he cannot get by. He's struggling. Maybe after that lockup, I'm not sure if his tires have flat spotted or if I'm not sure, but he just doesn't have the pace that he showed earlier on for sure.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing contact between Skinner and Shane Reese, so that's going to be a penalty coming towards Mr. Skinner.
Yes, it is for sure. So that was an unfortunate bout of contact then. Coffin wanting to challenge Harknett, but Harknett so far doing a good job of defense. Managing to keep both these cars behind him, of Coffin and Danzig. As he wants to go round the outside. Coffin trying to hold it, carry the speed. He's going to have the inside coming into this next corner. Manages to seal it before the corner even starts. And Coffin's now ahead. Harknett under pressure from Danzig. Danzig with a very late move. Not quite a move though, just has a look. Just wants him to know that he's there. And Harknett running wide. It's going to give Danzig a really good opportunity coming into this back sector here. If he can carry that speed down. Oh my! Harknett almost putting it in the barrier. Manages to hold on to it. But Danzig getting by with ease after that mistake there from Harknett.
I have to say, you know, catching a car with a tank slap or an ACC is impressive. Catching the Porsche doing a tank slap or an ACC is legendary. Good job,
Yes.
Harkness.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great save. That
Oh, I
Porsche.
just noticed Versosa's running the old Porsche.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's doing a really good job. Currently the second place Porsche. I shouldn't have said
Oh,
anything.
no.
Why did I say anything?
Immediate.
Varicose, I think, was that just a self-inflicted error, it looks like, and goes a little too
Yeah.
deep on the curbs? Yeah, he just eats the
Oh,
sausage curb on the
no.
inside, it unsettles the front end, and he loses it.
It's going to be some unhappy tires, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's probably going to be unhappy at me, too. That was pretty bad timing.
The verbal killer.
Yeah, that was commentator curse at its finest. DeMarcia currently sitting in P9, wanting to overtake Milwee, catching not quite quick as he would want, I think, but still gaining ground nonetheless.
Now here's the crazy thing, Zemanski's committed to these wet tires. They must be absolutely burning. He is down all the way to P5 just based off of this poor strategic decision. Or maybe he just wanted to make this race a little bit more fun for him. Who knows? I don't know. I've never seen a driver of that caliber make as big a mistake as that, so I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. But wow, 5th place, 6th place now on track, but still first overall.
He's still lapping almost the same as Skinner, too.
It's unreal.
Those wets have to be on fire. Well, I mean, honestly, he probably turned him into slicks by now. But Szymanski's still a lap ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah.
Over a lap ahead.
I don't think that's how wets work. I don't think they wear down into slicks. So.
Yeah, you never know. Eventually they will.
The tire compounds are really different, so the heat ranges are really different.
Okay, nerd.
You are talking to an engineer, so.
Yes, I'm aware. DeMarcia, no! I was just saying how he was doing alright. Has a bit of a spin. I can't see because the trees are blocking. What happened there? Oh, I honestly don't know what happened there. He went... Like, he just went too quick into the corner, I think, and just lost it. This is unfortunate. And we see Szymanski losing even more places. If he doesn't come in this lap, I will admit he is actually risking potentially a DNF. Which,
I mean, yeah, if those tires go, not going to be a happy camper.
no, and he has the time advantage to pit. He doesn't this lap. This is going to come down to the very end. If he can manage... I don't know if he can manage to nurse wet tires in dry conditions for 30 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know. I know I wouldn't be able to. I mean, you probably wouldn't be able to, but
Definitely
never
not.
say never to Szymanski.
Yeah, he's so far shown a superb driving. So definitely wouldn't want to take anything away from him, but he is getting swamped on track right now, losing pace.
Milwee.
Currently, Szymanski lapping 150, and the fastest lap's 146. He's only he's 146.9. He's 3 seconds slower than... Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah. In probably like absolutely blood red wet tires over 25 minutes.
Those things have to be so overheated by now. I mean, we can honestly, here, let's hop on board with Szymanski. Just see how he's wrestling this car. Because he has to be just so delicate on that throttle, and you can see him, the minor movements on the steering wheel, just trying to keep that thing straight, where every turn he makes, he has to correct at this point. That car is sliding all over.
Yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunate for him. But like I said, I think he's just doing it to have a little bit of fun. Wouldn't it? Would have been pretty.
Ooh, bit of understeer.
Would have been pretty boring for him to just drive off into the nothingness. The skill level that he's shown in this race.
No, absolutely. He's definitely putting on a little bit of a show, though, because I don't know if he's going to finish.
3 laps.
That's a long time. I mean, this lap isn't the smallest lap. This is a 2-minute lap almost.
Yeah.
I will admit, I don't think the deg is the highest on this track, as there's a lot of straight and, you know, not so, what's the word? Not so intense corners on your tires.
Yeah.
But he's still attacking that chicane with absolute viciousness. Almost loses it doing so and continues to push on 100%. Goes off the track again. If he keeps this up, he might get a drive-through. And he's now getting overtaken, yep, by Coffin. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, so Retro Coffin making the mistaken strategy in the last race going in, pitting for wet tires. Now Zemansky's being subject to that strategic error. Ooh, Shane, a little bit optimistic fitting into that hole, but he made it work.
Yeah, Zemansky let him by there. He had to let off the throttle and not get collected in that.
Yep. Now Shane, it's important for Shane to keep going because I think there's he's pretty close to Chronotis there. 5-second delta in the race overall, so really needs to put the pedal to the metal and make sure he keeps on that pace.
Yeah, I guess that explains that opportunistic move that he made there, where he just needs to get by. He can't afford to be waiting behind the slow wet runner here on the tri conditions.
Yeah. Yeah. So why don't we take a second to talk about what's going on out over the race? So we have Wells within 8 seconds. To Retro Coffin, and Retro Coffin has a 5-second penalty, so that puts them within 3 seconds of each other. Who else do we have that's close? Chronotis to Reese, 2 seconds, and then Versosa to DeMarchi.
Very interesting to see how spread apart they've come in 2 hours across 4 different tracks.
Yeah, that's nuts. And Kostovic, oh my God, Kostovic up to 13th.
Wow.
After over 3 minutes in the pits, that is ridiculous.
He would have been in contention to win this race, as he is
100%.
in contention to win this race, actually. Currently 12 seconds behind Turek, but I think Turek does have the pace to keep this under control right now. He's still lapping, actually just put in the fastest lap of a 146.6 did Turek, so very solid drive from him.
Yeah, that's impressive. I mean, he must be a Watkins specialist. This pace is kind of different than what he had going on the other 3 tracks.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's going to be able to catch Mike Burkov by the end, as there is an 11-second gap between them in terms of overall pace. And Mike Burkov down in P16 for this race. Still managing, I mean, he's lapping very well. I mean, he's lapping 148s, which is fairly average for the rest of the field. So so far he's just holding P8. The delta's coming down. He's definitely not catching Danzig. Wells in that McLaren wants to catch Kostovic, but yeah, it's going to be very tough. Kostovic is a very fast guy.
Yeah, super quick. Akash, Mr. Haska, what is Danzig's Twitch channel? Pop it in here and let's give him a follow.
Yeah, that's impressive. Zemansky down to P11. Gap has dropped 30 seconds in the last 10 minutes. We see Harknett off the track there, unfortunately. Not looking like he's going to rejoin. Yeah, goes back to pits, unfortunately, at the very end. Varricosa, yellow flag for no reason, it seems like. Gotta love race app sometimes.
No, that was not for no reason. Versosa was out on the green,
Oh,
headed towards some other people. Fortunately, didn't collect anyone else.
Give it all you can.
and Turek, P9 overall, but P1 in this race, having an absolutely dominant drive at the Glen. Still with the fastest lap, 146. Well, 146.6. No other driver in the 146s. I take that back. Wells is 146.9, and that was posted just last lap. DeMarchi, after making a bit of an error, getting by Zemansky. Zemansky almost going down to the back of the field at this point, but still will be enough to take the win overall. Now Turek getting ready to come into the final sector. All on his lonesome, 12 seconds ahead of Kostovich. Kostovich has shown amazing pace this race so far, having a 3-minute basically penalty more or less. Not actually a penalty, but staying in the pits for 3 minutes and managing to come in P13 still. DeMarchia going for Ghoukasian here towards the end. He's only got about a half of a lap to get this done. And that Porsche, the 383 Porsche, not looking the healthiest. Looking like it's had a few bumps and bruises on it.
The leader has finished the race.
Turek, though, coming across the line for P1. Great drive from him. P9 overall for Turek. Kostovich now coming across the line, P2. Wells, P3. That was a photo finish. Hold up. Wells was... You need to go back and... Okay, it wasn't as photo as I thought. It was just the angle. But Wells challenging Kostovich all the way to the end.
That's pretty impressive.
And Szymanski battling with Sapien.
My God, he's down
Not
to
quite.
P14 now. It's insane.
I don't know how his tires are still on his car at this point.
Oh, I really hope I'm gonna shoot a message out to hopefully get these guys out on Discord. Hopefully get a quick interview with these boys.
Yeah, Skinner coming in P2 overall. Coffin, lovely drive P3 overall. Wells, P4. Lewis, P5. Tyler, P8. P6, P8 in the race. P6 overall. Danzig, P7. Mike Burkov, P8. Turek, P9 with a race win even so. Still, very nice drive. Milwy, P10. Reese, P11. Kronitis, P12. Kostovich, P13. DeMarchia, P14. Ghoukasian, P15. And Sapien, P16. So very, very good drive from them. All the drivers, that was, I would even say. Anyone finishing this race has, well, they've done something new.
Wow. So, that is the end of our
Green light.
relay race. It didn't crash. It didn't burn. We ran all 4 races.
It burnt a little bit. It caught on fire momentarily, but we got the fire out.
Momentarily. It was a bit of a there were some ashes, not a full burn.
Yeah.
Hello, peoples. Mr.
Hello.
Patrick Coffin, I see you. I'm assuming Schubert is
Szymanski,
Jarrett.
yeah.
Oh, Szymanski.
Yeah.
Welcome. So let's
Welcome.
start with you, sir, because you absolutely annihilated the field through all 4 races, leading the entire race with a 2-minute gap. But what we're dying to hear is what happened in that last race.
In that last race, just some top tier Ferrari strategist came into my room, you know. Gave me the perfect tire. I mean, I just saw like, okay, it's wet, it's cloudy. I know you need sun for the track to dry up, and it's like 18 people, which isn't that many, even if it's like 26 degrees, right? That was the only thing. It's pretty hot. And of course, we go to the formation lap, and first thing, the clouds just go away instantly. Track is down before the formation lap is done, so I was just screwed. I just decided to go. I was kind of curious if my tires would pop.
I thought so
before
too.
the end of the race. Yeah, but they didn't. I checked the weather. They were at 1.1. I don't know at what point they pop, but I guess they had some life left.
I heard the pit wall. There was a question. Hubert, 3 tires or 4? Question.
Question. I'll take well all 4. Luckily, yeah.
Yeah. That you asked for all 4, but you still received only 3. Wow. But congratulations to you. That was a phenomenal race. Phenomenal 4 races, 4 legs of the race. How did you guys like the event?
I must say I loved it. Yeah. No, the conditions were so sick. No. The weather was insane. You guys got some good weather settings. I need to know what they are, because they're perfect.
I'll be honest with you. We weren't planning on trying to make a constantly changing weather conditions, but it just so happened to work out that way because we run similar settings in our leagues and we don't see that consistent of rain. But hey, that's what happens, right?
It was fun. It was good combination of tracks because Coda's got like a little bit. I mean, everybody hates track limits, but it's got long straights, and then all of a sudden you go into Laguna, so it's like you don't really have any main straights. It's a good combination.
Good. So retro, I think I like took my eyes away, but I think you ended up in 3rd overall. Pretty decent consistency through the races. How was the event for you?
It was good. It was a good time. Had some real good battles in Coda with some of the guys. That was fun. Everybody left each other room, and we went back and forth. I think like twice, 3 times before it started raining. Laguna was nice, and Indy is always a fun track to do. I mean, you just have to send it on the inside. Watkins is fun. It can be, somebody spins. I spun myself with the wet tires. I went with dry tires and really high tire pressures to see if it would work out, and I just put myself sideways on sector 3. So that was fun, trying to recover.
And how about you, Jarrett? How are the different tracks for you?
Oh, I love all these tracks, man. I'll drive anywhere.
So
Make a dirt course on the inside, and I'll drive that.
Oh my gosh. So I don't know if all of you know, but some of you might already know. We were planning on a 24-hour event today, and it was supposed to take on all 4 of these tracks, but unfortunately, we had multiple teams pull out because they couldn't find people who wanted to drive the American tracks. So I appreciate you guys coming through, and as we converted it to a little 2-hour mini enduro with the multiple legs of the race to really put our systems and things we've been working on for 6 months to its paces. Yeah, we're glad you guys enjoyed the tracks. I think you're the 3 remaining people in ACC who don't mind driving on the American tracks.
I mean, it's fun. They're underrated. I see too much Spa, too much of Monza. I think the American tracks are underrated a lot.
Amazing. So really glad to have you guys. Mike, I kind of monopolized the discussion. Did you have any questions for the guys?
No, you honestly you hit them all on the head for me.
So I do have one more question. Retro, I've seen your name around, but Mr. Zmansky and Skinner, we haven't seen you guys. Where do you guys usually race?
Well, I race with Rockefeller Racing, and we have a community called SFR, GT Challenge. And we're just kind of kicking it up. I don't know if you know Rocky, who runs that channel, but I mainly race over there. I've raced a little bit on SOP on the PlayStation way back when I first started. But yeah, So I just started racing with you guys because I just found you.
Oh, you're more than welcome, and best of luck to the Rocky and the crew for getting their community going. If
Yeah,
there's
thanks.
anything we could do to help, we'd be happy to give you guys a hand. How about you, Mr. Zemansky?
Well, actually, I haven't been racing that much recently because I'm trying to grow a channel on YouTube where I share my setups and make setups, and I kind of follow the LFM calendar. So that's where my focus has been, just building setups. But I do the AOR sprint series in Tier 1, hopefully this season as well. And also we are going to do the endurance on AOR. And yeah, LFM, honestly, rarely for some, daily quick race. But I gotta say, it was a bit confusing when you were planning the 24-hour races because I thought each would be 24-hour. First of all, when I only saw it, and honestly, you should make it even shorter. Make 3 tracks and just do the relay race because it's such a fun format, and I think it would be even more accessible for everyone. Make the event a bit shorter because this was amazing fun.
I'm really glad you enjoyed it, and hey, that's great feedback. Maybe we'll look into doing some intermediate races before we do our full 24-hour. And the idea for the 24-hour was, what can we do that can't be done in real life? What does sim racing allow you to do that nobody else can do? And the thought was, how can we make different tracks, traveling to different tracks, which is obviously not practical in the real world. How can we make it as close to one single race as possible? How can we make it so that as soon as you finish the race on one, you almost flow into the next race? And we've put 6 months worth of work to make sure that you guys get grid up automatically, which seemed to work perfectly. So I'm glad that worked. And to carry your deltas into the live timing program, which I'm not sure if you guys were paying attention to, but we were streaming your live position as you had as it developed through the different races. So glad all of that worked. So great suggestion. Maybe we'll look into applying some more smaller special events to try and get some steam behind this idea. It's very difficult to explain on text, and that's how we don't get opportunity to converse with most people. So it's hard to explain on text what the event is because it's so different,
Yeah, exactly. But it's fun. So
Good.
exactly.
Well,
You just have to promote it more. Maybe I'll share it somewhere as well.
yeah,
Because it's
absolutely.
super fun.
That's really cool. And if you do a 4x30 again, definitely be down. Get some European tracks or something like that. That's great.
You guys think the length is good or a little bit longer?
I think it's just right. I mean, 30 minutes gets you into a flow, but you don't get you don't get used to the track to the point that the next track just completely messes up your rhythm. So the spacing was good, and I think the time was good too.
Yeah, and then you guys were okay with the switch over. I mean, that was pretty quick on our end, so hopefully that wasn't a big bother for you guys.
No, it went pretty smooth for us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, Hubert, whenever you're ready to share your setups, we'd be happy to promote them here. We're always looking to help our fellow ACC drivers and ACC communities. So, we're looking forward to trying to match your rocket speed.
Oh yeah, I mean, maybe not on Watkins, but Laguna was fun. I love Laguna, and yeah, there was some nice laps in there today as well.
Oh, you were chomping away the deltas from Vulcan, and we know he's not a pro driver, so that was amazing to see.
OP Honda as well.
Yeah, that's true. He was in the Nissan, so yeah, amazing. Again, Mike, I'm being very, very dominant in this discussion. I'm trying to see if you have anything else to say.
No, I've just been doing some other stuff behind the behind the scenes while you've been talking. So honestly, you've been doing great. Keep it up.
Well, guys, congratulations on podiuming our first ever relay race. Glad you guys had a great time. And Retro, we'll see if you have anything to say before we leave here.
I'm good. I'm ready for the next race.
All right, Skinner.
I'm good. Thanks for putting this on.
No problem. We're glad to have you. And Mr. Hubert.
Well, we want more. That's it.
Well, we hear you loud and clear. Well, we'll have to see if we have any energy left with the admin team to get more of these going, but we definitely will. Thank you guys
Yeah,
very
awesome.
much.
All right,
All right, take care, guys. Good
Yep.
race.
Yeah,
See
good
ya.
race, guys. Thank you.
Bye.
Well, Mr. Nause, that had a bit of a hiccup in the middle.
A little bit. It was more towards the
Uh,
beginning, but yeah, no,
yeah.
that was good.
Yeah,
I think
figured it out.
that feedback was very nice from the drivers, I will say.
Yeah. Very interesting. So you guys heard it in chat. They want more 4x30s.
Well, maybe a
Hopefully.
3x45.
Ooh, with a pit stop.
Ooh, now we're
Yeah,
talking.
getting spicy. But yeah, I mean, if you guys have opinions, we host these races for the drivers. Okay, we want to do what you want to do. So let us know. Reach out to us. Give us an opinion, because otherwise we're kind of in the dark and don't know what to do. We have our best guess. More often than not, we're right. We've been hosting some pretty competitive and fun leagues, different formats here and there, and we try new things all the time. Unfortunately, our 24-hour wasn't as successful as we liked it to be, but hey, this one turned out pretty well. So hoping to grow this into something bigger and with more people. So let us know if there's something you would like different, something you want similar, more of these, less of these. And I just want to send out a very, very special shout out to the admin team, and most importantly, Professor Kronotis, who's literally spent like tens, if not hundreds of hours developing the back end work to make this possible. I mean, not only have they developed the capabilities between some of our admins and Chrono to do the immediate gridding, but also to do actual live timing. So thank you so much for all your support. Thank you for all the work that you've done. You're amazing. All the admin team's amazing, and we look forward to putting on more events for you. And of course, thank you to our streamers, Reed Aldred, who's not here today, and you, Mr. Nause. Thank you for hopping in here and helping us stream this event.
Yeah, of course. Happy to be here.
Well, Mike, considering you are the lead streamer, I will let you close it off and raid somebody.
Alrighty, sounds good. I already have one all ready. So we're going to be... Okay, I don't have one ready because I copy-pasted something else.
Send it to UCog. Let's see if he'll let's go over to him, UKOG.
Okay, I was going to send it over to our potential second place, but that's all right.
Oh, if they're still streaming?
I don't know. I think so, but I'll send it over to UCog. That's fine.
Yeah, I just sometimes hesitate unless they're actually continuing to stream. They usually end their driving when we end our races.
No,
so
he has a lot of racing. He's doing a CSL finale at M4 and stuff, I guess.
Oh,
But,
okay.
so if you want, check out Vulcan. But we're going to be raiding UKOG. So make sure to check him out. Show him some love. And thanks everyone for joining. And appreciate all the drivers, all the viewers, anyone here at the stream. Eric, obviously, appreciate you. And yeah, just thanks everyone. Hope you guys have a great day, and hope to see more of these in the future. So I'm going to send that raid over right now.